8 minutes past the hour. Welcome in. It's the Rick and Bubba Show. Kickoff hour is live, and we thank you so much for being with us. Don't forget, today is the deadline for Fix Mama's Mouth. You got to have it in today. Go to rickandbubba.com, click on contest, and you'll see all the information on how to get that to us, but it's got to be in today. So if you are one of those that's been putting it off, or maybe you're one that's just hearing about it or seeing it, because I'm on there you go, right there, in HD on YouTube, then you need to get it in today. rickandbubba.com, click on contest. Bible study live today at noon Central with Rick. That's something that a lot of you anticipate each and every week. That's today at noon Central. New merch in the store, don't forget that. Funny story about that with my middle son yesterday when it comes to one of the new shirts and his teammate we'll have to talk about. A whole lot to break down. It's the Good Time Gang. We're live, and we thank you for being with us here on the Rick and Bubba Show. Don't forget, go to rickandbubba.com for all the information. What up, big guy? How are you? You doing all right?
I'm good.
Good. Fired up?
A little extra pep in my step today. I don't know what's going on. A little froggy.
Yeah.
So,
all right, so yesterday, I don't know if your email of the day was like mine, but my email theme of the day was comedians we either forgot about in yesterday's discussion, clean comedians, or something of that nature. And, hey, man, y'all forgot about this one, or this is my favorite one. People just kind of weighing in, Can you believe after the discussion yesterday we had, and if you missed that, you need to go back and check it out on our podcast, but the discussion broke out of our favorite comedians, our top fives, clean comedians, and, it's just comedians in general.
Yeah.
Today is National Clean Comedy Day.
Really?
Is that just weird, or I mean, maybe it just is?
Well, it's ironic for sure.
Because that's not a topic we have on the show, where we just talk about comedians all the time. And yesterday it just broke out, and we spent about an hour on it.
I don't even remember what started yesterday's conversation, but
we were doing a story, and then kind of it fell over into, comedians, and we just really got away from the story and focused more on that.
And it was a fun discussion.
Yeah.
Because a lot of comedians that I didn't know, a lot of people brought us into the fold on that, and I actually, because I hadn't seen it, and I kept telling Rick that I would, and I haven't, I finally freed up and watched the Brian Regan deal on Netflix last night.
I did too. I actually sent him a picture, and I said, "I'm here I go," and I'm all in.
Yeah.
And I got to cackling a lot. Brian Regan is very, very, very funny, and I don't give, for some reason, and I don't know why. And we talked about this yesterday. I don't give stand-up comedy enough. It's not that I don't like it; I don't search it out.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? In other words, if I have a free hour, I'm not looking for a stand-up comic, to watch. I
have a similar relationship with music. I don't really seek out a whole lot of music, and I don't give it enough.
Right.
But same way with comedy.
Yeah.
And I've seen the Burgess stuff on Netflix. I've seen Regan. I've seen Seinfeld. And I like those shows. I just don't. They're not my first choice.
Yeah. The Burgess thing, that's from the story. The comedian from Tennessee, that was the first thing that we brought up. Nate Burgess.
Yeah.
That was the first, and then it just yesterday it just
so that's what started
into other things. And anytime comedians are brought up, then Brian Regan's going to be brought up.
Well, and we should give it more, especially with clean comedy.
Yeah.
Everybody likes to laugh. I do.
Who doesn't like to laugh?
I mean, I was horse laughing at times last night.
Do you know that there's a lot of people that go throughout the day and they don't laugh?
Never laugh.
How much do you think we laugh a day? We laugh a lot.
I'll tell you this: a lot of many days. You know what my biggest struggle is? My jaws hurt because I laugh so much.
Easy,
serious business.
Okay.
I laugh so much here. Think about it. We're laughing for 5 hours minimum.
Yeah. I think that's where Sherry said that Rick has developed like a fake laugh, some weird laugh.
Yeah.
I think what it is, we laugh so much during the show that the rest of the day we don't have the energy to laugh at anybody.
Well, and
so we develop a fake laugh.
I'll say this. Well, you may be on something. I'll tell you why.
Yeah. We're worn out.
Well, not only that, but we have a standard for laugh. We don't just laugh to laugh.
Right.
Okay. We when we're laughing, and you see us laughing and you see us smiling, and it don't even have to be a smile. I mean, it don't even have to be a laugh. It can be just a smile, big grin. That'll hurt your jaw too. You do that all day if you're not used to it.
Yeah.
I don't give charity laughs a whole lot, okay? So if I feel like I'm in a situation where somebody's trying to tell me something funny and I need to laugh, first of all, I've been laughing all day.
Sure.
Okay. Number one, it's got to be out there for me to laugh at it. Otherwise, you are getting a charity. Oh, that's good. I'll do something like that. But because we do laugh, we have a standard of laughing.
We do.
I mean, look.
It's tough being an overgreeter because you laugh a lot.
You may be the only exception. But I'm serious. My laugh here is as sincere as when I'm laughing. It's because you have made me laugh.
Watch out.
I don't give a whole lot of charity in the laughter department.
Easy. It's anyway. I just thought it was kind of funny that yesterday we landed on comedy and then clean comics, and then today is clean comedy day. But it's not to be ignored. Also, superhero day. So I know.
So you can't have those two on the same day.
Yeah, I know.
What if you're a clean comic and you're a superhero?
Well,
I got to tell you, some of the one-liners Iron Man gives out there is pretty funny.
What if you're a clean comic and wear a cape during the show?
See?
All right, we'll take a break. We got a lot to break down. Plus your phone calls 866 We Be Big. They'll be unscreened. So the Good Time Gang is live here on the Rick and Bubba shows. We got the kickoff hour rolling. Be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
The year is 1986, Pascagoula, Mississippi, riding around in my Jeep. Bobo Cole picked me up. And we're riding around in our football jersey. It's Friday morning, and we have got Rat just blaring.
Did you say his name was Bubba Cole?
Bobo Cole.
Bobo Cole.
Uh-huh.
Hey, I bet you got some stories.
Oh, you kidding me?
If your nickname's Bobo.
Yeah. Man, what a great guy. All right, so you're hearing Greg's voice now. We're going to talk about it.
Yeah. Look, I will say this, and my memory's probably wrong. Mm-hmm. Going on 14 years, I know that one time when I had an apartment in Birmingham and I got here, it's about a 15-minute ride, and I made it in 6. And because we're doing the best of that day. Mm-hmm. So if I don't get here, there's nobody here.
Right.
Today, thank goodness, I don't think I've been late. If I've been late, it hadn't been much in 14 years.
Greg, you won't see my Marco Polo till about Friday, so I can say this now. Speedy and I were, after you gave us a Marco Polo, and we'll get into why you're late here in a second. But to your point, Greg, I've been here 12 years. You've been here full 13. I've been late twice. I think you maybe once, and it may not even be then. I don't remember, Speedy. The fact that I would like
for y'all to be careful here.
The fact that we have gone 13 years and we've had less than 5 out of the 3 of us being late appearances, that's pretty remarkable. That's a good run.
And when we say late, I don't consider you late until you miss the beginning of the show.
I agree
you can
with
be
that.
later than normal. We've all done that.
Yeah.
Hey, man, I barely got here.
I agree with that. Bubba turns out he's doing that this morning.
Right. He just texted the team, I'm running late, but a few red lights away.
Well, that's not late, Bubba.
He's not late.
I don't know if he's seen
late.
Bubba, if you're here at 6:07, you're late.
Yeah.
Central time.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's exactly. What we that's the
when
late
we open
call.
your mic and you're not there to talk, that's officially
not
late.
if you're personally late.
Right.
But you think so. I'm talking about the show starts and you are not here.
Yep. Right.
Maybe that was me today.
Running behind
Greg
is what you say if you're here.
Guys, and when I woke up, it was an hour later than I normally wake up. Not 20 minutes.
Right. Well, so really,
1 hour.
I know it's been stressful, but really, you should feel better.
That's true.
You got an extra hour
I will say this, you look a little fresher.
Let me say this. I may want an extra hour. What if I go once a week? Hey, man, I'm going to come in second segment.
Greg, I have been saying this for years.
Please don't get me started on this.
Want everybody to take
I got a 4-day-a-week plan.
Yeah.
You
don't think this one got something going?
We have got the crew right now that can easily be pulled off.
Yeah, right. It's not a bad thing.
All right, so I'm up and getting a shower or whatever, and then it was weird because my phone lit up the room, which it normally doesn't do, which means I've got a notification.
And look, my eyes were all blurry, and I'm trying to find
I know.
I couldn't find the text I had with both of y'all on it.
Yeah.
So I had to go each individual.
I wonder why you did that.
I know. I couldn't find it, and I was panicking.
Now,
you ready for this? All right,
trying to get my mind around it.
My eyes are blurry. All right, 3:47. Hey, ... I'm going to be late. Just woke up from Greg.
Yeah.
And, hey, I'm just like, hey, don't worry about it. Whatever,
By the way, that's 10 minutes from when I wake up. 3:57 is when I wake up.
I didn't think about y'all being asleep when I said
which
that.
I didn't get it till 3:57.
Okay. Yeah.
That's when I saw it. And by then, I think you'd to the Marco Polo.
Well, I didn't know y'all sent one back.
So I replied back to your
It didn't make
text
the
and
noise
said,
that
hey,
you
don't
did
worry
make.
about it. And then you start to worry about Wide Orbit, which is our computer system, whatever. And I thought, hey, look, just don't speed and don't panic. We're fine.
Yeah.
And then you Marco Polo.
When you live as far away as I do, there's no reason to speed. If you're late, you're not going to, like that time when I lived here. I didn't live here. I had a place I stayed here sometimes. I knew I was close enough, and I cut a 15-minute to about a 6-minute.
Yeah.
I don't think anybody should do that. But the time of the morning, it wasn't bad to run through red lights. And but this one, the first
just said
yes, I did.
The first thing you do when this happens, what happened? Why did this happen?
Yeah.
So I thought, I must have been so asleep I turned the main alarm off.
Right.
I must have forgot to set the backup because my phone's my backup. Oh, no. I didn't set either. I just got into bed and didn't set either. Not the first one or the second.
What were you doing when you went to bed not to go through that process?
Nothing different.
Nothing
See,
different.
that's what's scary. It'd be different. I go, hey, man, I didn't set my backup, and I reached over there sleepily and turned the other one off. That's what the backup's for. Nah, I didn't set either one of them.
Isn't it crazy?
First, I was ready to go, stupid clock, don't work.
That's it. That's what I was going to say.
And it wasn't even clicked on at all.
Most of the time, it is human error.
How does that happen?
We always go, I don't know why it didn't go off.
Every night.
Probably you might have
said it.
I haven't thought about it, but something broke my concentration because everybody got a routine. I click this, click that, light, give me that fan, boom. somehow I miss click.
Melatonin.
And I usually walk in. Yeah, yeah. There you go. I usually walk in on my way to the bed, get my phone, I hit the clock, and go boom. That's my backup. My other's already set, and I'm it's like 15 minutes ahead of the real time.
Sure.
My dad taught me that Burgess time.
Yeah,
where you're not late.
That's
Coach
right.
Abbott, same way.
All right, so let me ask you, this discussion was actually with Terry just the other day because her alarm, she didn't set it or something like that. All right, and so I turned my backup alarm on and off. Like that's my backup. It's on the other side of the room. It's an old-timey clock.
You hope you don't need to depend on it.
I hope you don't, but it is set, to y'all's point, at a time where I can still be on the show. I'll be running behind, but I'm here plenty of time, all this kind of stuff. But for the main one, I never turn it off. I never turn it completely off. It stays on. I just stop it. Okay. That way I don't ever have to worry about, man, I better turn it back on or it'll never be on.
That's the way mine is.
And Terry turns
mine off and on.
See, Terry turns hers off.
I do too.
And then every night she turns it back on. And I said, why don't you just keep it on and just stop it whenever you get up?
Is it a clock?
It's just your alarm on.
Oh, no. Okay. So I use the clock's my first alarm.
Okay. And that's the backup.
Because if I keep snoozing it, the phone's the backup.
Okay. I see. I got it backwards. I got this is my main, and the clock is my backup.
Okay.
And it just takes away again because of y'all.
I just have
Speedy,
two.
I've
I
never
have two set on
never
this.
been
I don't
late.
even have a backup device.
Yeah, I have a
you
backup
just have
device
two
just in case something weird happens with my cell phone.
I'm
I don't
old
know
school
why.
Clock.
Yeah,
I'm
I do
old school.
too.
I like to look at the big giant numbers.
I still have the alarm clock that I had when I was living with my parents before I went to college.
Wow.
It's an old one. I
That
need to
is
take a picture of it. It's like one of those old ones. Old ones.
But when you wake up and you feel it's late and you look and you go, okay, I'm going to be late, but I'm not going to miss the start of the show.
Yeah, running behind.
First of all, I'm sleepy and I'm trying to do the math in my mind. And then I'm looking at the clock that's really 15 minutes ahead of what it really is.
Yeah.
I'm doing those numbers in my mind. All of a sudden, I come to the conclusion, I'm not going to be there for but I timed it. I said, I think one segment I'll be there.
Yeah,
So,
you time that down.
yeah, because I know there's this gas station that I stop at the red light.
Yeah.
And it's exactly 1 hour from there to the studio. And I looked and it was like 13 after. And I said, okay. I'll get there.
Did you stop at the gas station this morning?
I didn't go in there. I'm talking about the red light.
Okay.
It's by this certain gas station where I do get gas if I forget. But no, I wasn't stopping. I was letting that big dog eat.
What'd you think about all the way here?
Well, once you get over it's done now. Now, this is okay because we got it covered. Now, if you're doing best ofs and this happens.
Now I do bring out the special alarms that are away from the bed.
Because it's on you and nobody else.
I would never lay down and not turn the clocks on those nights because I'm so focused. Like you cannot screw this up.
No,
you're right.
Especially when everybody else is out of town.
Yeah,
right.
You can't even. I can't call him and go, buddy. Look, my bad. You're gonna have to go cover for me. If everybody's out of town, that's a lot. That's what happened that day. I woke up in my apartment over here, and it was New York City calling me, wanting to know why I ain't sent the tones yet.
You're like, huh? I did want to know from you. And you haven't seen the Marcos, but I did want to know from you the first thing that hit your.
For this.
Because I know you're like when you realize you're like, huh? And I need to know, did you stomp your toe hopping around?
I was up and halfway down the hall before I woke up. When I realized, what I'm talking about, I jumped out of the bed, all of a sudden I look, and that's when I'm getting my phone. That's when I'm trying to. Where's that group take?
Did you wake up, Lisa?
Oh yeah, yeah.
What's wrong?
Because I was cussing. I think.
Yeah.
Not bad.
Well, that's what we
nothing
wanted to
filthy.
know. That's really what we wanted to know.
Oh yeah, there was definitely just a basic. Nothing.
Yeah,
nothing
I just didn't know if it was like.
Yeah, I don't know if I sounded like a scared woman,
Right.
but I was concerned.
Okay.
Oh.
And then once in my mind, because our setup here, I was like, Greg, it's fine.
Yeah.
I mean, the guy, it's not a best of day. They're there.
Yeah.
I mean, they don't care. I mean,
It's still a
show
horrible
doesn't matter
feeling.
whether you're there or not. You're gonna be fine.
Did you go?
I cried a little, just a little, and then I gathered myself. Well, I'm here now. Wow.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
25 minutes until top of the hour. Welcome in. Rick and Bubba join us in 30 minutes from right now, and we thank you for being a part of the Rick and Bubba Show. It's the quick kickoff hour with the Good Time Gang. All right, so we've discussed, Greg just slightly late today.
One thing on that, and then I'm done with it. I didn't realize this. My wife texted me. She had to get up early today and go keep baby Ellis.
Sure.
If her alarm doesn't go off, I'm probably still asleep.
So she's helping you investigate what's going on?
Okay. Because I didn't set either alarm.
Okay,
but
so
my
her
point is,
alarm
went off is what woke me up, and I don't even remember that. I just remember waking up and not. So if she wasn't keeping Ellis today, it was a normal day, I would probably still be asleep.
Ooh.
Y'all really had fun
sleeping
with that.
Good too. You think?
So, anyway, so I don't.
All right, so is your phone on Do Not Disturb? I mean, like, in other words, if you were still not here, could we find you?
Or do
you could have called. It would have rang. You could.
It would have.
Yeah,
okay.
you could call me and woke me up.
So we could call you at any time.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, well, that's good to know.
Mm-hmm. Anyway, so it could have been even better. I could be right now just.
Yeah.
I don't think I snore. I hope I don't. I just sound. It's just a sign of on the radio you're showing that you were asleep.
I've done this before. Matter of fact, I did it once last week. I can tell you were running late. You want to know why? In other words, if I hadn't seen you till right now and I was running late, I know you were because you got deodorant all upside.
Do I really?
Yeah, all up
That's
your shirt.
Exactly what happened.
Yep.
Oh my gosh! I
Yeah.
do.
Yeah. Well,
I had to go get that off.
well, you had deodorant. You're trying to get your shirt on. Deodorant all
It's a black shirt. So it's worse.
Sure.
Daggone.
It's just. I mean, I just.
At least I
covered
took
up.
time to put deodorant on.
What? Look, we know now you have deodorant.
Because I did go ahead and jump in the shower. I had to wake up.
That'd be
I
all
gotta
right.
go back here and take my shirt off, stick it under the sink.
I mean, it's just all
That's
the way
bad.
up.
It's like a tie-dye
I'm sorry
shirt.
to even bring that up.
You know, it looks like you got a tie-dye shirt on.
I hadn't even seen it. I still can't see
You got
it. You're on the other
you got
side, so I
deodorant
don't know.
marks all up and down his shirt.
Okay, wow, that is a little worse than I thought it would be.
Well, you know what? That's a man. It was in a hurry.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
Oh man,
I might look like it
I
all
did it
day.
last week, and I thought I'd wore a shirt, and y'all didn't say anything.
have y'all noticed it's a little harder to get off than you want it to be?
Yes.
I mean, you got to wet it or it ain't coming off.
I know,
Yeah.
I know.
I'm going to do next segment, no shirt on, let it hang up and dry after I wear it.
All right, so you're here. We're settled in. Ready
We're
for another
settled
day. Ready for another day.
Y'all sent
All
some
right,
polos. Y'all didn't care nothing about me.
Which way we going?
Did you just hear what he said?
This one here. Don't even get me started with him. Okay.
Unreal.
My thing is, and you're
I
Billy.
think deep down he's mad because we're not making fun of him more.
Well, I
Right.
would have pounced on y'all.
Like, when he-
Yeah.
What are y'all showing
when you-
mercy for?
I'm not showing mercy. Don't you think
I'd have
I'm showing
pounced on
mercy?
y'all like
No,
a
I was just
duck
waiting.
on a June bug.
I was just waiting for you to get here.
That's fine.
This one here, I don't even get me. I think he does a great job of improving and acting like he doesn't know that he has something. Oh,
No,
Oh.
I honestly,
hey, did y'all send me a text?
I was trying to be
Oh,
safe.
I didn't see that.
Excuse me for trying to be safe on the way here.
But
Craig,
you sent us a
sent
Marco
I was at
driving.
a red light. I don't think I was. I made that up.
That's to his point.
Okay, I made that part up.
See, hey, look. Oh,
You're
hey,
proving his
I
point.
straight up didn't
hey,
look, though.
you sent me a Marco. Man, I didn't see
It
What'd
didn't
y'all-
go.
Oh man,
I didn't hear it go.
And then
That
you
noise.
then you rambled something about I didn't get any notifications.
Well,
And I'm
probably
like,
did. I
what?
just
What is
didn't
that?
hear it.
What does that mean?
I didn't hear it. I knew y'all had show prep. Y'all didn't need to hear from me.
All right, so I don't know which way we're going. Me hiding yesterday or your
Wow.
question? Which
well,
one you got?
Let's do both because let's
gonna
start
talk
with
about
the first one. Let's start with the first one. So, and the second question kind of goes to that whole story too.
Oh,
But
you're sleepy.
I was meeting someone for lunch yesterday, and we were trying to figure out which restaurant is less busy so we can go in and out. And we'd kind of settled on over here, but I thought I would look over here. And then I ran into somebody, and we'll get to that in a minute because there was an uncomfortable moment there with a whole handshake, fist bump. That's the question I want to ask.
Oh,
Is that are we back handshake? That's the question. So table that. We'll
Table
do that
that.
again.
Put that over here.
I'd like to address
So
that.
I think I
Put
have
that over here, Tardy.
I think I have a few minutes before lunch, and we have.
Is that better?
I'm gonna tell you
I like
something.
Tardy.
I'm gonna tell you something, and y'all know this. We don't give this section out here behind the studio enough.
Oh, it's nice.
That green
Oh,
carpet and
yeah.
those chairs, and the sun was beaming down, and I had like 3.5 hours of sleep, and I thought I'm gonna sit down for a minute.
You know what I
and
like?
I got
at night?
comfy.
Them lights. I got.
I know.
It's kind of cozy.
So I got cozy in a chair, and I think I might have fell asleep. I mean,
out there?
I was close.
Oh,
I
if
was
could've
nodding
walked
off.
if I could have walked by and you were sound asleep in one of them
Well,
chairs, because there's a lot of people eating around you.
This one right here scared me to death, and this says I don't think I was asleep, but I think I could have been.
Yeah.
But this one come up and put a cold water bottle on my neck when I was just comfortable.
Any idea?
Now, a lot of you.
Where'd you been?
A lot of you have
He was hiding.
A lot of y'all have seen the city center, but for those of you that around the country, you don't know what it's like. Think of a little courtyard area, and you're one of your little cards, a little courtyard area, and then you've got like restaurants all around it, and you've got like some turf with lawn chair or just I guess picnic tables outside or whatever.
Oh, it's
people just kind of sitting outside, and on a pretty day,
Man,
if it's not too hot, it's really nice out. So
I like to run sprints on that.
you got your Taco Mamas, your Zoe's, your Panera Breads. You got more coming. And then you got First Watch. I mean, you got restaurants all around you. Moe's is up top. No.
They're not anymore.
No. What is it? Jimmy John. I mean, you just pick your restaurant.
Mugshots.
There you go. And it's they're all over the place.
Yeah.
So pick your place.
You had Moe's back.
I did. Welcome to Moe's.
They were there for years.
I know.
Wonder what they're going to do with that space. By the way,
there's a Starbucks.
I walk by it every morning and I think, what is coming in here?
Right.
I know
one that they say is coming. We got a cookie place coming.
I know.
They can start advertising with us too. So
they really?
Oh yeah.
Bring some cookies
They're fired
in,
up.
y'all.
They're fired up about it.
I like a big gourmet cookie. Not a bug.
Sound like you
I
said,
like a burger. I like a burger.
You said bug.
But you know, the big,
late night burger.
yeah, we've baked the cookie here, and we've wrapped it up kind of sharp.
Yeah.
Those are usually good.
So
and that and boogers.
Yeah. So in addition to all that, you can also do a little bit better. There's a Planet
Yeah.
Fitness.
Yeah,
right
that's
there.
minor.
Right. And so
Who wants to mess with that?
So I'm coming out of
Why
doing.
they eat a burrito?
I'm coming out doing after doing a little bit better yesterday. About the same time that Helmsy's out waiting for his lunch.
Asleep.
His lunch date.
You talking about
And-
sleep?
Yeah. And
In the middle of the day?
and Hobie's with me, and I go, Hobie, hang on.
Yeah.
And-
You
and
have to talk to him.
I
like
literally put my arm out like you do when somebody like your wife's with you and somebody
Yeah.
pulls out in front of you. You throw your arm over in front of her, even though she's got a seatbelt on. Don't know why I do that.
him. I know. It's a habit.
And he goes like, what? And I'm like, just hang on. What? What's wrong? Just see that guy in the salmon colored shirt. Just let him clear.
Okay.
And
so
I
there
was
was
like, really?
okay.
Well, and I'll tell you why.
You just didn't have
Is
time.
that I had to be somewhere, and I knew that if I saw him, we'd start talking, and I'd be
Worst
getting
case
held
scenario,
up.
you could have faked a phone call like you do.
Well, I
sometimes.
might could have. Got to turn the
go,
ringer
hey,
off.
and then-
You got to always turn the ringer off
Yeah,
there
'cause
because
when
you
it
don't want it to
rings-
ring while you're fake
Yeah,
talking.
that'll blow it.
And so he clears, and then I see Helmsy, and I'm like, who was sitting outside on a beautiful day with his zipped all the way up to his esophagus? Who does that?
Yeah, look
and
at
then
the man with a neck injury.
Right.
Oh, that's it. That's how
yeah, who
I
is
thought
that?
he had one neck brace on.
Who's cold? Who could be cold? It's 80 degrees. You know,
who's
It's a
sound
thin
asleep?
layer.
Right.
It's a thin layer.
and what's
And
that
who's sound asleep in the middle of a bunch of people
right.
eating?
And why would a widow
Kids
speak?
playing.
Yeah. And then all of a sudden I realized it's Helmsy.
Yeah.
And I had half of a bottled water that was
Yeah.
spilled, and it was kind of cold.
It was chilly.
Oh, yeah.
And so I came up behind him and I slid it on the side of his neck.
Did he panic and
Yeah,
jump?
I jumped.
Yeah, he
I
went-
did jump.
He went, and he helped me. And it was me.
He
of
probably
course.
saved me from being late because
And
there was
I-
a good chance
it
I
looked-
could have fell asleep.
It
right
looked
then.
like he was looking down at his phone, but he had a heavy head, and I thought, is he asleep?
So you avoided somebody and then woke him up.
Yeah.
Wow.
ran into that person, had a nice conversation. But I
guy
get
he
what you're
avoided?
saying. Yes, but I get what you're saying in regards to. In regards to if I wouldn't have had a few minutes, I'd have probably done the same thing just because I needed to get somewhere too.
Right.
You know, probably the best avoiding person scenario that I ever saw here was in that time Rick was in the closet hid from that person in your
Right.
office, and that person was in there and he couldn't get out.
Asking me about the person. Yeah. And the whole time I knew.
And that person doesn't have anything to do with the show now, so it's not like we're
right. We're gonna
hiding any
keep
information.
that person's name out
It was
of this.
it was like
just stop.
a sponsor. But anyway, so
It's- what-
but anyway, so Rick he
feels
didn't
like
have
he's gotta
time.
make up
Same
for it. I know,
situation. He really didn't have.
But
or he just-
we took care of the first segment. You don't have to.
But when he dove in that closet, and then he was texting us from the closet, and he couldn't get out. Of course, you
I love
kept
the
trying to make the conversation last longer, so you'd be trapped in
right,
there.
right. But I like the panic on where to hide. You start looking around. All of a sudden, you just pick a closet. and he could barely fit in it too.
He wasn't comfortable at all.
I would have hid in the closet yesterday if I could, but I just had to. All I had to do was stay in there.
You would dive
you know
in the
what?
planter.
It's not the person. I didn't have time.
No,
I didn't have time.
I completely
I didn't
understand
have time.
that. I completely understand
What?
that. Well, I did. I did. So I
You took care of it.
Took care of
even
it.
though you were sleeping.
And
You
there,
probably didn't
that
give
was
him enough.
That was
Well,
one
that
of
was
the
clearly
most.
by accident.
Huh?
That
Yeah.
was clearly
Well, I
by
wasn't
accident.
seeking it out,
Right,
but I mean,
you couldn't hide.
I could.
No, you
You
were out in
looked
the
left,
open.
right, and then you said,
And I promise you stood out yesterday.
there's
Yeah.
a guy asleep
Yeah.
out there.
yeah. Everybody else is in shorts and t-shirts, and he's in a zip up all the way.
Sleep.
Sleep. Waiting on his lunch date.
Yeah, it was a good lunch.
Where'd
too.
y'all go eat at?
We ended up going to First Watch.
Yeah.
Oh, you were disappointed in that a little bit.
Because you never get to go there.
I wanted Taco Mom. I'll give you.
Why
But
didn't you
it
just
was
speak
it was
up?
packed.
It wasn't that
It was
packed.
packed. There was people standing out the door.
Oh my goodness! Standing out the door.
They were.
All right, we'll take a
Plus,
break.
my buddy was already in First Watch waiting on me while I was sleeping in the chair.
Right. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Rick and Bubba.
I can't start
8 minutes until top of the
another
hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba
day
Show.
without 'em, brother.
Well, baby brother, guess what? This portion of the show is brought to you by helixsleep.com/Bubba. Boy, you could really talk about this today,
That
couldn't you?
probably led to a part of me oversleeping because I'm in such a good sleep with Helix. Because I used to normally wake up about every hour once
Yeah.
it got past midnight until the clock went off.
Right.
I slept straight through. You know why? The Helix.
Helix Sleep.
Floating in a cloud. Like I like to refer to it as.
They are affordable. They are American made, and Helix Sleep makes great mattresses. As Greg is saying, that you take a little survey to figure out, all right, what type of mattress is going to best fit your particular style of sleep.
That's right.
You want a soft one, medium, firm mattresses. Do you need a Helix Plus mattress? If maybe a little bit bigger for you. Check them out right now. Take 2 minutes to take the online quiz to match your body type and sleep preferences to the perfect mattress just for you. You can do that at helixsleep.com. Helix is spelled HELIX. helixsleep.com/Bubba. You're going to save $200 when you do. Plus, you get a 10-year warranty and a 100-day free trial. So go to helixsleep.com/Bubba and get a truly amazing night's sleep, and you might even oversleep like Greg
That's
today.
right. Once you get in that zone, whew,
Yeah, you can go to
it's a
rickandbubba.com.
two-alarmer. You got to have a two-alarm to get up.
Two alarmer. You can go to rickandbubba.com as
Or your wife's
always
alarm.
and click on sponsor.
The mattress companies they ought to do that more. Name their mattresses like 2-alarm, 3-alarm.
Oh, yeah. You got
it's
it.
not
Yeah,
bad.
it's a good
It's
idea.
not bad.
Here's our cheaper one. It's the 1-alarm.
It's
Right.
a alarm.
So-
You're not sleeping very well, so
Yeah.
you'll get right up.
All right, so would y'all agree here? And I'm just raising my hand because I do. The whole COVID-19, we're better than what we were, but we're in I guess a time period where some areas it's like COVID didn't exist because everybody wants to get back to normal. You got some businesses, they're not sure what to do. They've taken their mask mandates off the front where you don't have to have them to come in. Some still require you to have a mask when you come
Some
in.
still have their signs and don't require you, but everybody's confused in the store.
And so they don't know what to
Yeah.
do.
Yeah.
Right. I haven't
Some
saw
people
one
are-
sign yesterday, and I was like, you know what? This is very good. They said mask preferred, and I'm like, that's perfect.
Yeah.
Because
And I don't mind putting one on. I'm not saying that.
Yeah. If
but the whole thing, like I said, and here's the one I never understood, and we're not going into it. We've already discussed it because I heard somebody do it again the other day. The mask, it's not to protect me; it's to protect you.
whatever.
Look, it's over your face. It's got to be some type of protection for everybody.
Right.
If it works, now if it don't work, it's not for anybody. But let's say, just for the sake of argument, the mask does help. Okay, it doesn't matter. It's going to help whoever. This deal about I'm doing it to help you, not me. That didn't make any sense.
Well, and then the
You
mask
got a cloth
mafia
on
gets
your face.
mad at you, and the CDC yesterday they released their new guidelines where fully vaccinated people that you can attend outside events with others that have been fully vaccinated. It's just hey buddy, we've been doing that for a long time.
CDC is like
already.
Captain Obvious.
Yes, thank you.
I mean,
exactly.
goodness
Great
gracious.
example.
Another thing,
And they feel like they have to keep doing things to be relevant.
right?
Yeah.
And there's certain things that we've learned through all this, right? Give people personal space.
Sure.
You close talkers. I know this has been tough for you, but the other is handshaking. See, and is handshaking gone forever? Are we fist pumping
We had
now?
people say that early. We'll never handshake again. And I'm going to be honest with you. That bothers me.
Yeah, I'm a handshaker.
I'm old school, and I think you look a man in the eye and shake his hand.
Amen. Yeah.
We
was,
should be scared to death.
No.
I don't know.
I
You
was
only
in-
shake people you know.
Yeah, I was in Troy Monday night and shook a lot of hands, and that seemed to be the thing. So that was on my mind. But then I got back here and kind of got in my mode. I was out here lunch, ran into a couple people that I knew or maybe were meeting for the first time, and we had that uncomfortable moment of do we fist bump? Do we handshake?
Right.
And one of them stuck their hand out, and I gladly shook it. The other one stuck their fist out, then wasn't sure what to do.
Yeah.
Do a handshake, and then some of them, and then I got to thinking. I started thinking about the uncomfortableness of this, and then I think back at Troy, and I thought they're the people that really were shaking my hand. See, I've been the guy that's like, I'll do whatever. So I'm kind of waiting on you to move on this. I mean, you want to hug, I'll hug. I don't really care.
Yeah.
But I want you to be comfortable. So whatever you do, I'm going to follow your lead. Well,
And they're saying the same thing.
there was a few people at Troy that were just, handshakes, gripping, grinning.
Right.
But when you get here, and it was
not
a little
sure.
more, I didn't know. And so Joel, our buddy at Hendrick Hoover Auto Mall, reached out, and he was like, Hems, can y'all get to the bottom of something? He said, are we handshaking or not?
That's a good question.
Because, I mean, you think about the businesses where there's a lot of handshakes.
Oh,
we don't
yeah.
really have
Joel's
to deal
in the
with it that
handshaking
much.
business.
He is. He's in a handshaking business. So where is the handshake right now, today? Where is the handshake?
I don't think.
I'm
I
like
think
you.
it's like you. I think it depends on who is ready to shake your hand because there's some
and it's
that
hard
there's-
to judge that.
Right.
Yeah.
And if a man sticks his hand out, I mean, you gotta shake his hand.
Now, I will say this.
You know,
I agree
you
with
can't
that.
turn it down.
I know.
I will say this, and it's not just COVID, I guess. It has made me more aware of washing my hands. Like,
Yeah.
let's say I go through a
Yeah.
room and I shake a lot of hands. Well, I'm going to go wash them real quick.
Right.
Try to. And that's not a bad thing because that'll protect you from catching a cold. And
Yeah.
who wants to have a cold?
Who
I
wants
don't
that,
like that.
Greg?
You know, a lot of colds probably had in the past I could have avoided if I
Yeah.
went and shook my
Probably.
washed my hand a little bit.
Yep. Yeah.
You know, so it's not horrible.
It's not.
We've
it's not,
picked up some
but
good
like-
habits through this.
But let me ask you
But let's
this:
don't get
if
militant.
you
I
are,
agree.
if you're the presenter, do you present your hand or your fist?
If it's up to me, what we're doing, I would probably shake their
I've
hand.
noticed I've
Okay.
been going my hand.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm
And
back to personally handshaking if they're willing to do it.
Yeah.
And if you think about it, there's a lot of, I mean, nobody wants COVID, but there's a lot of nastiness. You don't know where that hand's been.
No,
You
you
know what I'm
don't.
saying?
Yeah.
I,
I
mean,
know
scratching
exactly
the
what you're
Well, I
saying.
can just think about my own life.
I know.
Right.
Yeah.
And I feel like I'm a pretty clean guy.
I do too,
Right.
but there's probably
But
some
sometimes-
situations you wouldn't need to shake my hand.
Right,
I know.
buddy. You don't know where this
Exactly.
hand's been.
So if you want to have that argument,
Right.
then we can have it.
Hey, men adjust a lot, by the way.
Oh, yeah.
Right.
They'll scratch.
They
We
will.
will.
They'll
And
scratch in a
and
second.
when they get in that euphoric state of when you're scratching the itch and you forget where you're at and you really commit yourself to it.
yeah.
And then you go, wow, that's offensive.
Sure.
You know? Well,
But-
I got caught up in
But here's my
scratching that itch.
Yeah, but here's one of my biggest problems. Like Joe Rogan is in hot water right now because his podcast on Spotify. He suggested that people that are young, like 20, 21, in good health, probably don't even need the vaccine. How dare you say that? You know, and he referred to his kids. Hey, we've had they had COVID. They came out of it. They're fine. And that's just what I'm suggesting. Doesn't mean that. And he even said, hey, do your own thing.
Yeah.
But I think when it comes to COVID, it's almost like if you don't do exactly a certain
yeah.
thing, you're considered some evil person.
You're uncaring.
If you want to shake a hand, maybe wash it after that. If you want the vaccine, get it. If you don't.
Yeah.
I mean,
I took the vaccine, but I'm not going to go scream at somebody that didn't.
right.
You know?
You might be late, but
Sure.
Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
6 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Hello and welcome. How are you today? Here we go. It's time for another hour of the Rick and Bubba Show, and we are thankful that you are here. This hour starts with our national anthem. minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us. There's much to do. We'll unpack another day for you as we roll through the stories. We look within the show. We take your phone calls at 866-WE-BE-BIG. Wheel of Meat spun yesterday, so just so you know, that opportunity is over for the week. One more shot coming up next week, so before Bubba and I go on vacation for a while, and the best of shows will roar back in. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, and Eddie Van Adler, all here and ready for us to move forward. They give you a kickoff hour along all the Rick and Bubba platforms, including the Rick and Bubba Radio Network, the boldest stations in America, carrying the Rick and Bubba Show, our TuneIn app, our podcast archives, our YouTube channel, also getting us on Spotify, Pandora, and iHeartRadio, all the different ways you grab the show. However you get it, we're glad you're here. Look right there. There's the pride of Cedar Springs, Alabama. Most of you know him best as the Silver Tongue One, the man with a golden voice, professional lunch eaters, man of the year, the inventor of pizza in a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba.
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere, come on in.
Baby, playing it again. Well, we got a lot to unpack going forward. Glad Greg could join us. Yep, Greg. Is there any worse feeling on the planet when it comes to work than I'm looking at the numbers? I'm looking at my trip. I'm late. There's no way I can make it.
That's why I'm starting to show out over here in the pit. I got to catch up on what I would have normally done at 4 o'clock this morning.
Greg, you
you know where I was at then? Really asleep.
Greg, you are cast into the pit today.
Yeah.
Well, you know what, Greg? Sometimes your body just says, I got to have some rest.
And
it just shuts down.
Well, if you don't set your alarm clock, you could pretty much be late any day.
Yeah, or both of them, yeah. Your backup and your main
So you
alarm.
didn't set either clock?
Neither clock. And like I said, I didn't realize it. Lisa texted me. She's had to get up and leave early this morning. If her clock don't go off, I'm probably still asleep.
Wow.
Yeah. She said my alarm is what woke you up because she was leaving early, but not as early as me.
Greg.
And so yeah, what if I still asleep right now?
Oh
Yeah.
Well.
At least you have her to help you understand what happened. Because the worst is when you don't know what happened. You're like, okay, I guess.
Well, I start out, hey, stupid clock, and I look.
Yeah.
Oh, Greg, you didn't turn it on.
Human error.
Stupid backup phone. Hey, Greg, didn't turn it on.
Stupid this. I tell you, stupid Greg.
Yeah.
And like I said, I was trying to text the guys, and I had a group text. I couldn't find it, and so I had to hit them individually, and I couldn't see good.
Yeah.
I'm running the numbers. I'm looking at the clock that's 15 minutes fast anyway because I do that. And I'm trying to deduct what time it really is and how it was terrible.
The numbers are just not coming out.
All I can think about is what kind of example is that for Ellis and Pace.
I know, Rick. I hope they don't hear about it.
I know.
I like, because Burgess are known to be on time.
Yeah, I guess Taylor just get to work coaching today whenever he feels like.
If he feels like getting up.
Right.
Yeah. Players just get there when
Yeah.
I'm sure Dad will be thrilled to hear this today.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
I know what he'll call it. I can't say it on air.
Oh yeah, he will. He will. There'll be so many things, and then he will tell you the. I love the list of things that are going to happen if this happens again. The various necklaces you get to wear. And,
Oh yeah. I think in our entire life, when he was working or when we had just something to do with the family, or I've never seen him be late for anything.
not that I can recall. I mean, now maybe except that time that Mom said he was late to getting home when he miscalculated on the map how long a creek was.
Yeah, that's when they
was
first got
floating.
married. Back in the days, all they had was maps to look at, and they thought it'd take them a day to float it, and it ended up being a 2-dayer.
Hey, keep in mind, there's no phones.
Yeah.
So Dad's missing for an entire day.
He told us this story. He goes, and she was not happy.
She was not happy. They looked at the map and said, we miscalculated just a little bit. I said, we were like, what'd you do? He said, well, you just pull over and sleep on the bank.
We ain't gonna make it out.
We're not. Old time's gotten away from us. We're a little further around. Every bend, don't you think every bend you're going, yeah, this is it.
This has got to be it, right? This turn looks
This is it.
This looks like the end.
This is it right here. So
Well, we have a lot to cover today, and I'm gonna tell you, I'm very excited about one of the announcements, and they haven't announced they're running, but they're considering running for governor of California.
Oh, yeah.
I am very excited.
Oh boy,
I'll
it's
I'll
better
share
than
it with
Kaitlin
you.
Jenner.
In my opinion, yes.
Oh, yeah. Well,
Let me say better, more interesting. Maybe that's the
Greg,
word.
I will say yes.
all right, so I can't wait. We'll get into that. We'll
That
come
is
back.
going to be a free for all.
Let me ask you this, Greg, because just one more thing before we leave this topic of you being late, because I want to get the most out of this. I
Yeah,
can.
Rick, thanks. I didn't want to bring it up. We covered it.
All right, I don't even know if I should say this on the air, because what if what Dad was saying was something off color? But did you ever understand? I understand the one about the necklace and all that, and I'm not gonna get into all that. But
You're gonna tell that one.
no, I'm not gonna tell that. But because I understand that one perfectly. What was this? What was this about him breaking your clock? Do you remember that one?
The clock?
Yeah, he said, "I'm gonna break your clock." Or
I don't remember that.
I didn't understand what that meant. I never did. I was
Rick,
afraid
there were
to
so many. I must have let that one slip by.
what do you?
It was something about breaking your clock, and I don't.
Was there more than that, or just? Did he say,
Maybe I'm not remembering it right, but I just remember my dad. All the ones he said, I understood perfectly clear because he put great effort into making sure you completely understood what he was communicating.
Okay.
But there's one about breaking the clock that I never understood it, but I wasn't saying
Breaking the clock.
I mean, I knew it was bad. I knew that meant that he
The
was
tone was.
the tone told me he was going to break down my. It always was something to do if he felt like you were rising up a little bit, like you were somehow trying to push back against authority.
Okay.
And he was going to put you back in the proper place.
Oh, like
And
break your spirit, kind
Yeah,
of.
and he called it breaking your clock or something. I didn't understand it. I mean, I knew what he meant.
Yeah.
I think because it didn't sound good.
No.
But I don't. I
don't remember ever hearing that phrase.
And maybe I'm not remembering it right, but it was something like that. But usually all these
Maybe
phrases.
it's really going to break your clock.
Well, usually these phrases you go, well, I see that analogy.
Yeah.
If I ended up with that necklace, that would be a problem.
Yeah. I understand exactly what you're talking about.
We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
21 minutes past the hour at the Rick and Bubba Show. Thanks for being with us. Wednesday Bible study back today. I think session 19, walking through the J.I. Packer book, Knowing God. Man, this has been really, really eye-opening. And if you want to join us today for the first time, you can. And then you can go back and pick up the archives if you want to catch up. Each study can stand alone. It can. It's different concepts. So, all right. So, I do want to say this before we move into Bubba's got a question. I know the phrase "clean your clock." I'm perfectly familiar with that, and that's Dad used to say "break," and it may be that he just took the phrase "clean your clock" and just took it to another level. I'm not just going to clean your clock; I'm going to break it. Now,
maybe that is. Maybe that's the next level.
Yeah. Now I don't understand this clock thing. What is cleaning your?
I remember him talking about. Well, it was when he was coaching college, breaking your plate.
That's it. No, I'm sorry, I'm wrong. Breaking your plate. What is that?
That means
That's
you
the
get
one.
meals, you get tuition, and basically, we pay your way to school. If you don't do what I say, I'll break your plate. You're out. You don't get anything.
In other words, you won't get fed.
Yeah.
Yeah. So no more bringing.
So
you a
Rick,
plate.
you had the whole thing.
I knew you broke something.
We're all trying to
If you
figure
don't know
out
how
why
to
he's
act,
breaking the
but
clock.
why
I'm
was
gonna
he
break your plate.
why was he
Otherwise, I'm taking all your stuff from you. You're done. You're out.
Why was he telling me that? I didn't play for him in
Probably
college.
probably throwing you out of the house or something.
That's what it was.
Yeah,
Okay.
basically saying,
But
you're
back
done.
to
Cutting you off, son.
the original saying, "Clean your clock." How did we ever get that?
Yeah.
No,
How's that really going to shame somebody?
yeah. What is it if I'm on?
I'm going to take that clock and clean it up for
tell you
you.
what I'm going to clean your clock. Well, thank you, because it's dirty. Go ahead.
Quick, somebody look under idioms. So anyways,
But you clean my clock because it's getting dirty.
that was it. Break your plate. I didn't know what he meant by that. Okay, I got you now. Thank you.
Yeah, it's like I guess like if you probably us growing up, if you depended on them to
Right.
live.
Well, I do remember them.
If you think you're so good, you don't need nothing. I'll break your plate and we'll see how big you
All
are.
right.
Yeah.
There's clean your clock. The expression around there in the 1900s, the idea that a clock had a face, and we're going and cleaning someone's clock
It's
implied
like
you're going to punch
punching
him in
in
the
the
face.
face.
Okay. Thank you, Adler. Well done.
Rick, look
It's
up
a-
break your plate.
Could
I
you look up
understand that.
Could you look up break your plate?
I understand what they're saying there, but it's kind of a stretch to get to that.
I
It
see
is.
the scholarship thing though. If
Yeah.
he's talking to
But he
players,
was telling me this when I was like 12.
Well,
Yeah.
I mean,
Still same concept.
it is exact same concept.
He was just used to saying it, Rick, so he rolled it.
Now
out.
when I got
At
about
least you didn't spit the bit.
now when I got about 1920, he and Mom both were in agreement that I needed to go.
Yeah, there were plates breaking everywhere.
Yeah, there was the tell you what, why don't you not come back here anymore for a while? So we're all don't really be associated with you. Right?
Hairdo.
So Bubba, you had a question. You said this ties to the upcoming
Well-
the daunting pro-am, which by the way, 1 week from today.
yeah,
You ready? Yeah, how about that?
we're talking right now from there. In
yeah.
1 week.
We are.
yeah.
I wonder if Greg's on time that day.
I don't know. How's
Ooh, that'd be
it,
another
how's it
bad
going? How's it going? You think?
I've come with a bad attitude, but I've worked
Okay.
through it.
Okay, good.
And because and
Are we having equipment problems or not?
I hope not.
I'm talking right now. I don't like this new setup I've got where we're going to get. I don't like this having to walk up to the top.
Got a little bit of an update on that.
I'm ill about that,
Yeah.
and I'm having to work through that and settle in.
So that kind of plays into what.
But besides that, we're good.
What I was going to ask you, I got an email this morning. Actually, was sent yesterday, but I got it this morning because it was in my work email, and it was a questionnaire. It said the PGA, everybody with anything to do with any. What happened?
Hey, don't you hear music? I hear music.
There's music. Where's this music?
I don't
coming?
hear
Have I got
music.
it something spotted up?
I don't hear any
Y'all
music.
hear anything?
Yeah.
Oh, I did.
Yeah. Oh, I definitely did.
I did not hear a thing. Isn't that weird?
Must have been in a frequency.
No, boy.
So I get this thing where you have to fill it. It says everyone tied to this tournament, no matter what you do, has to fill this form out.
Oh no.
So I thought it was a player form to begin with, and the more I looked at, so it's a medical thing you have to fill out, and you have to indicate if you were vaccinated or not, and if you haven't been vaccinated, doesn't matter if you have antibodies or not, you have to report to their medical place to get a COVID test within 2 days of the tournament.
Oh, Bubba.
Here's your out if you don't want to play.
No, it's for everybody, media too.
Oh, you have to do it. Oh,
Y'all
you mean us too?
Everybody.
Well, I guess I'll run the board that day.
There he goes, back running the board.
This is going
sacrifice.
This is going to make Wednesday's decision extremely easy now.
It really is.
Yeah.
The email was very confusing. Maybe I'm reading it wrong.
I think you are because I was in a conference call yesterday, and that was never mentioned at all for the staff at all.
Okay. Well, good. Maybe I'm wrong.
Let me tell you, we're going. No. How about this? There's no doubt you got it.
Hopefully.
There's no doubt that's what they desire. We just ain't going to do it. You know what I mean?
Well, you just kicked that ant bed live on the air, so
Well, I'm asking. That's why I want to know.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, a
Now I'm
COVID
really upset
test
with the
is, it's no big deal. I mean, we've all had that. Oh, there it is.
But I just don't see myself getting over 2 days before and getting it done.
Well, it was something like that. I need to.
And then the
look at
rapid
it
test,
again.
for all we know, to come back and say we all got it. Yeah. That's been a trustworthy thing, hasn't it? All it did is get the whole show infected right before Christmas.
Greg and Adler doing the show. Oh boy, they're gonna do it. Do the show.
If Greg can get there.
Yeah, if I get there on time without deodorant on.
So
my shirt.
you haven't seen anything like that?
No, I have not. No.
Okay.
No.
Do we need to ask Gene about that? I mean,
surely he would.
I'd like to see you print it out.
your
Let's all have a look at it.
categories that you had to
Break it
you
down.
had to put yourself in a category if you were a player, if you were with a PGA tour. I mean, there's about 26 different categories.
Wow.
Media. They even had the people who are cutting grass and all that stuff involved with it. So I don't know. It kind of hit me. I went, wow. So
The guy holds
a lot
the quiet
of stuff there.
sign.
So the PGA, the problem we have in our country right now is, again, we have just we say the word science a lot, but but there's no desire to follow it. That's just a made up phrase somebody said, because the science says if you're having something on something as large as a golf course and you're outside and everybody, the odds of any transmission are so low, it would be. You shouldn't even be concerned about it.
Yeah, even the CDC's announcement yesterday said.
Well, I'm going to get into that today because we're trying so hard. We had a family talk about this last night at dinner. Young Broderick comes by usually once a week and has dinner with us, and we were talking about. I said these people who are trying to move the vaccine have got to be the worst marketing people that I've ever seen. They do not know how to move a product. They have no idea. You cannot move a product by telling people go to the hassle of this and nothing in your life's really going to change. Yeah. Okay. That's not how you sell a vaccine. A vaccine ought to be sold that free, set me free. Hey, I get a vaccine. Y'all going to leave me alone? Yes, sir. That's how you move them. Yeah. You don't move them by saying, well, now you're going to take it, but we're still,
Or like Fauci, get vaccinated, then still be on TV doing Zoom calls wearing 2 masks.
When Jordan called him out,
overactor.
Yeah. Well, when Jordan basically said that, basically he did say that from Texas. I mean, you're sitting here. We know you've been vaccinated. You've got double mask on. Well, what kind of show are you putting on here?
Right.
Yeah. I'll tell you what. Do y'all not know how to get rid of these vaccines?
Mm-hmm.
If you want people to take a vaccine, they have to think that all this hassle's over.
Right.
Yep.
The people that think that on their own, they rush to get one because they like go around and say, "I've been vaccinated. I'm free." But if you say, well, yeah, we get even this one's no good. Mm-hmm. Well, you don't have to wear a mask if you're outside and not in a not very crowded place. But if you're inside, you still need to have a mask on. What?
Speedy, you want to double check with Gene about that?
Yeah. That is no way to move a vaccine. Yeah. You got to set people free.
Yeah.
If it doesn't change anything, then the risk of the vaccine now becomes an issue.
Rick and Bubba.
Here we go. 35 minutes past the hour. You got the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us. Relief Factor, the emails continue to come in about this great product. And Tricia today. Tricia said that she's been listening to the show since 1995. So she's almost a lifer as far as the life of the show. As the wife of a chronic pain sufferer, I've witnessed the struggles of my husband. He faces them daily since his spinal cord injury from the 80s. He's in pain management with strong opioids, muscle relaxers, and just all sorts of other pharmaceuticals. They do give him some relief, but not enough. He's tried several of the over-the-counter products, which have all failed. And then we heard about Relief Factor, and I got it for him. Now he's getting significant relief, and this has now become a part of our daily regimen. Thank you for bringing this product to all of your listeners. It's definitely improved his quality of life, just as you all improve the quality of our lives every day when we listen. Well, thank you, Tricia. So that's huge. I mean, here's a guy that's been in all kinds of pain management, got some relief, but Relief Factor has actually added to that and given him even more relief, more than he's ever had. So maybe this is going to work for you. It works for most everybody who tries it. The majority of the people who do the 3-week quick start pack, they order more. Because I take it. I love it. ReliefFactor.com, all natural, 4 botanicals, and they work with your body with its natural inflammatory response. And this could be the natural answer to your question without all the significant side effects of some of the overuse of the over-the-counters and then the addictive properties of the opioids. Boy, we know that problem, don't we? So hopefully Relief Factor will work for you. Give it a try today at ReliefFactor.com or RickandBubba.com under the sponsors button. Well, here we go.
Where did he go?
Where'd it go?
He's hiding in the basement. Does anybody know? Basement Joe.
Okay, so
Basement Joe.
we are living in the United States of America. We have a president that is obviously going through a lot of things people go through when they age when it comes to our cognitive skills.
I'm impressed you could say that word.
How about
Well,
that?
it's a hit or miss for me. I don't always get that one right. Sometimes, I've just had
Isn't
to
it funny how we all have some word we can't say, and everybody else says it easy, and you go, "Well, why can't I say that?"
I've got some words that honestly I can't do. I can't beat them.
What was the one other day that had you? It may have been during a closed circuit fade.
Anything that it's
It was a good one. I can't remember what it was.
You should have had to do a whole Bible study the other day with propitiation. Boy, that's a tough one.
Wow.
And the fact that word was the focus of the entire study.
Say it again.
Propitiation. Jesus is our He is the propitiation of sin.
We may have to come up with
That's
another word. Right?
And the reason why it's important is I wanted to just use a word that meant the same thing, but J.I. Packer was saying, no, this word is used for a reason.
I heard you fight that though.
It is the substitute. It's not he didn't just rub out sin. He was the sacrifice that had to be.
Right.
And so anyway, all right. So Biden, listen, we got a couple of clips. The first one is again. Remember, there's no consistency to what we're seeing involving those that are trying to tell us about the pandemic and masks and what we should and shouldn't do. So the president, we start off with him being asked about if he's fully vaccinated and he's outside, why does he have this mask on? Right? Isn't that the first one we have?
He's going to announce new CDC ruling.
Just enjoy.
Good afternoon. It's a beautiful afternoon.
If the risk is so low outdoors, why doesn't this new guidance apply to everybody?
Because the science indicates that the most certain way to make sure it doesn't spread if both people have been vaccinated, the people you're with, and you're outside.
And you chose to wear a mask, sir. You chose to wear a mask. You chose to wear a mask as you walked out here. What message were you sending by wearing a mask outside alone?
By watching me take it off and not put it back on till I get inside.
Well, no,
What did he say?
You walked out with it on and walked all through the yard with it on.
And no one was anywhere near him.
Because up until the moment he announced it, the old rule still applied until he declared the new one.
That's not what he said, though.
He didn't say that, but that's what he's implying.
If you could talk for him.
Yeah, he's the king.
Yeah.
He's spoken.
Yeah.
Here comes the king. I've spoken with the high priest of health, Fauci.
Yeah.
By the way, we were laughing in the break yesterday. Babylon B said, new progressive church reveals the new stained glass window with Fauci's face on it.
Right. That's funny.
Gosh, that's good.
You know, Rick, I was having a discussion with some folks about the term follow the science in science. And, you know, maybe people have forgotten, but back when you were in high school, maybe about 6th grade when you had environmental science or whatever, we talked about the scientific process. Do you remember what that is?
The scientific method, yeah.
Yeah, where somebody has a theory.
I can't believe you bring this up because I have something to tell you.
And they have an idea and they arrange a test and they document the test and then they document the findings of that, which will either prove the beginning theory right or wrong. And the idea is that if you prove the theory right and you have documented all this, anybody else, anywhere else, can go and recreate your test and get the same results. Right. That's what science says. Well, the scientific method, yeah, you go from, and Adler's got the picture of it up here.
Yep.
Do you realize you cannot have the scientific method and get different results?
Right.
Okay?
Not for it to be, yeah.
And that's exactly what we're dealing with now. We've got people saying mask good, mask bad. Social distance good, social distance bad. You have to distance if you're outside but not inside. It's all over the road. It's all over the road. And there is no duplicating the so-called test that has been done to form this. A lot of it is just people saying, well, this looks like it's a good idea. And that's a far cry from follow the science.
Can I tell you how bad it's gotten? Okay. And it was down this hall in the conference room. I had an opportunity to meet with two younger guys, and they wanted to ask me some questions. As younger guys, want to talk to older guys, and this was kind of a mentoring situation. And one of the guys that I'd been kind of working with brought a new guy, and this guy was he thinks he's an atheist, but I clarified pretty quick he's agnostic.
Right.
Because if he's an atheist, that means he can now prove God doesn't exist.
Get your terms right.
I said, let me first of all help you, young man. You're an agnostic, is what you are. Right. Mm-hmm. So anyway, we started walking through all this, and Bubba, I'm not making this up. So all this evolution stuff, and of course there has to be a tie into man-made global warming and all this too. And all of a sudden, I said, well, the only problem. This just tells us everything we need to know about our modern day education. I said the problem is, I said if I can just, with all due respect, these things are still hypotheses. They're still theories, because if you know how to do the scientific method, I brought up what we just talked about. Mm-hmm. I said, did you learn that in school? He goes, what are you talking about? There's no scientific method. I said, you don't know about the scientific method? He says, no, I don't even know what you're talking about. I said
he needs to get woke on that.
I said, well, if you understood that scientific method, Darwin himself never left the stage of a hypothesis. He never left that.
Which is an educated guess.
It's an educated guess, meaning I see microevolution, so I'm going to think, let's look now for macroevolution. Maybe this is an indicator. Now, we've never found the proof he said we needed to find. And this guy had no idea about that.
People have never really read Darwin, but you're right. We made a giant jump in what he said. Yeah. He didn't say what we're saying today.
Right. And I said, so you've never been taught the scientific method? And he said no, and he attended a government school. And then I said, which is the problem we have now. I said, and we got talking about the resurrection. I said, let's just go to the resurrection. Okay. Have you researched people who says that you obviously don't think it happened,
right?
And he said no, and I said, and you don't believe the Jesus of the Bible, you don't believe this Bible here is the Word of God. He said, no, I don't. I said, okay. I said, have you researched it? No. I said, so you've never read the Bible? No. I said, have you ever gone to read like C.S. Lewis, Lee Strobel, Josh McDowell, people who had the same view you had,
right?
And they went. Have you now looked at the evidence of the resurrection versus those who say it didn't happen? Have you looked at how the historic documentation have you looked at any of that? No. I said, well then, honestly, I said, no disrespect. I said, then you've already decided what you believe, and you claim that you're a deep thinker, but you really haven't done much thinking at all. You've been indoctrinated into a worldview, and you've done nothing to investigate all worldviews to see which one you actually believe.
Go out there and prove it. And then ride whatever you think the proof shows you.
Yeah. So
okay?
I said, so if you've come in here to turn me away from all this, I got news for you. You have wasted your day today. I said, but I would just encourage you to. I know I'm not going to convert you today, but what I would
not
say,
even the goal.
What I would say is you need to go research all the. I said, there's people, believe it or not, that might even be smarter and more brilliant than you. That didn't believe either, and they actually went and researched. I said, C.S. Lewis. I'm sure you're just as intelligent as he was. And I said, you sure have the capability to be as intelligent as C.S. Lewis, but he just went out to prove it, to see if he could prove it right or wrong. And he said the evidence for the resurrection and the truth of the gospel overwhelmingly could be substantiated. Yes, it is by faith. Everything you believe at some point is by faith, especially if you don't understand the scientific method. And I said, but we all finally have faith in something because that faith also usually is based on a body of evidence. We always get to the point where you go, now I got to take that step of faith. But this is not just some hocus pocus thing that a bunch of people came up with to feel better about themselves and invented some God. Right. And if you think that's all that is, frankly, your research on the opposing view has been poorly done.
Yeah,
you're basically trying to talk against something you've never researched. And I think we see that going on right now.
He's putting a lot of faith
We see that a
in
lot,
people that he doesn't know what's going on.
right.
But this indication that people of faith are always just a bunch of Nimrods that don't know much, and they needed this, like to the Ted Turners of the world.
To fill some hole they have.
Like there's no brilliant people at all that have said, have you checked all the evidence about all this? And but when the thing that hit me was, here was a kid that had never heard the scientific method, and he's out saying there's global warming. Okay.
Rick and Bubba.
8 minutes to the top of the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866 We Be Big is the number. Can I ask you a question based on this thing you talked about on the Pro-Am email that you got for next week?
I did find it and gave it to you.
Why are us antibodies people being treated like we're lepers? We have the antibodies, which is what the vaccine gives you, you morons. I mean, what would vaccine antibodies are better? Well, you walk that out for me.
Yeah.
What? Where did you come up with that?
Yeah.
I mean,
I have a friend that has a daughter that's on a high school softball team, and she's had COVID within the last month and a half, so she has the antibodies. But the school system doesn't recognize that and says that she's still considered at risk if she's this contact tracing stuff. And they were like, "Well, no, we can show you where she's had it. Yeah, but we can't count that.
Well,
it's either vaccine or nothing." And it's like, well, wait a minute. She's had it. She just recently had it within 90 days, but yet you're still going to contact trace her. So if she's around anybody, has to sit out for 2 weeks. You know, I mean, that doesn't make any sense. I mean, because
Rick,
if you have the antibody,
here's the thing, and this is what we don't know. You're talking about faith. We don't know what to believe. When you get a vaccine, it creates an antibody response in your system.
Right.
Now, it is trying to mimic what your body does, okay? But we were told by doctors, our doctor even, said that the response from the vaccine is a broader spectrum response than what your body would normally do. That is the fact that we don't know, that we can't. I mean, who do you trust? Yeah. I mean, where do you land on that? How do you figure that out? So if you have antibodies, you know that you have come in contact or had it, and your body has done what it does to fight off that virus. But is it going to cover these mutations? I mean, I don't know. That's a hard, deep science thing that I don't even know that we fully know. We're taking guesses.
By the way, what happened to the mutations? I haven't heard anything about them lately.
Well, they're still out there.
Yeah.
I haven't heard anything about it.
Not a whole lot is going on.
There's not a lot of mutation talk right now.
There's not. They're still out there. The variants are still out there, but I'm like you. No one's talking about it. I saw some article where somebody around here got one of them.
Yeah, well, I'm just telling you.
And the Joe Rogan story is big today. We'll cover that. He's told young folks, if you're healthy, don't get vaccinated. Yeah. And there is a line of thinking on that, and then there's the line of thinking, no, get vaccinated so you can't be part of the mutation process. So, but we don't, Rick, here's another thing. We don't know what, and I'm not anti-vax, okay? So nobody put me in that column. I'm just trying to be an educated consumer on this and ask the what-if questions. We don't know long-term what COVID-19 could do to our bodies. I'm talking about a year, 2 years, 3, 5 years down the line. We also don't know what these vaccines could do to our body 4, 5, 10 years down the line.
And that's
we just don't know.
And that's the part that bothers me is when you talk to someone else in the medical field, and I talked to a friend of mine that is in the medical field in pharmaceuticals, and I've got more than one friend that's in that world. And I just threw out they say your natural antibodies can't fight the variants, but the vaccine can. And you know what they said? Say that back again out loud and listen to yourself.
Yeah.
Now, how in the world do they know that?
Yeah.
Well, they have. I'm sure they've done some testing.
How do they know that your natural antibodies can't fight the variant, but the vaccine can? How in the world do they know that?
Well, I'm sure they've done some testing to try to come up with that in a test tube.
Yeah.
Why are we hiding it?
Well, explain it.
Yeah.
So you made that decision how?
That's a pretty big deal.
Based on what?
Well, I don't know the scientific process they do in the lab. I mean, at one point they were putting the virus in a petri dish and putting these antibody tests in there and seeing which one survived. Hey, antibodies won this round.
Well, this is the problem that we're having, and I agree with you. I don't know if you remember this. It was early on in this pandemic, and we did a show one day where we came on the air and said no one knows what they're talking about.
Yeah,
I don't know what I'm talking about. This person, because the reason why we don't know is we don't know because we don't know. I mean, we haven't seen all the different scenarios. But what I think would be wise from someone who wants to consume information, which good luck with that nowadays. Yeah. Hello, I'm so-and-so person of authority. Here's where we would suggest even people who have the natural antibodies to go get the vaccine. And I'm going to explain to you today the testing we've done and how we've come to a conclusion that your natural antibodies will not fight any variant as well as a vaccine. And we're going to show you how we came up with that information. Not just, it sounds like, one of the things that and we all went through it. We all went through it. But let me just be honest with you. All due respect to a generation of parents, it really isn't good parenting to say to a kid, because I said so.
You're right.
You need to certainly talk about because of your authority. There's nothing wrong with that.
Right.
But you also need to say, I'm telling this because I have more wisdom than you, and let me tell you what's going to happen if you do this, and I'm telling you not to do that because of your own good, and the reason why you don't do that is because of this, this, and this. Yeah. Because if you don't do that, then somebody just says, well, that's just your opinion. Yeah. And especially when you talk about there's still blood flowing through Americans, if you're of any salt, if you've got any Patrick Henry still in you.
Yeah, a little bit of that DNA left.
If there's any Patrick Henry still in you, we're a little suspect of governments saying do this because we said so.
A lot of people Googling Patrick Henry right now.
Okay, they don't know who he is.
I know.
Yeah.
Well, Rick,
he said something Joe Rogan just said. You're not allowed to say anymore, I'll take liberty even if it means death.
Yeah.
If I would rather die than give up my liberty. Yeah. See, that's not considered something to be applauded anymore.
Mm-hmm. And you can, as far as his speech, you can insert whatever you want to where death is.
Right.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Pandemic.
Yeah.
and Joe Rogan, he didn't just say, "Oh, you shouldn't take it." If you listen to everything,
he made a logical comment about people who are young
and healthy and take care of themselves. And he talked about his two kids that already had it, and they didn't have an issue with it, but some might. And consult, doctors and make your own decision. But if you're young and healthy and 21 years old, he's telling people that he knows, don't take it. But oh my goodness. How dare him?
Well, he's saying that because of what Bubba just said and we've said. The vaccine is serving a role in all this, and I'm not against it, but we don't know the long-term effects of this. So if you're young, why put yourself in that situation? Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
6 minutes past the hour. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all here. So let's welcome back for a brand new hour, Bill Bubba Bussey.
Glad to be here, and wow, what a great time we live in.
Looking forward to seeing you play in the Pro-Am 1 week from today, Bubs.
And should we talk about the fact that you really do want me to caddy for you?
Yeah,
is that real?
Yeah.
Is that true?
Yes, I want you
That was
to
a
caddy.
brilliant idea from Ron Greenwood. Brilliant.
Well, no, I'll say this, and here's why, because I've had several people, and I've had different people caddy, and we had great times, and they did a great job. Speedy is probably the only one out of anybody who could do it, who knows how to not only caddy, but be a handler. Mm-hmm. And that's key.
Keep you moving.
Speedy, when you bring somebody else in, they're a little shy or bashful about getting on the horn and screaming cart path.
That's right, yeah.
Not Speedy.
Yeah.
Speedy, plus we know his history of saving people.
Oh.
No one anywhere close to that category.
No.
There's very few people who have saved a life.
Yeah. Are you texting Ryan?
No,
I'm
going
Speedy
back to his
saved
original.
like 12.
Right.
So
yeah.
we know we're in good hands.
Listen to what Greenwood said when he came up with this idea back on April 21st.
Speedy, if I pass out, though, don't do mouth-to-mouth. Just do chest compressions.
Given Speedy's enthusiasm, combining suggestions, Speedy caddy for Bubba, and Speedy is there to fill in to hit if Bubba gets where he cannot continue. But Speedy creates an atmosphere where all Bubba does is grips, grins, putts. Speedy carries the clubs. He physically helps Bubba around the course. And he says, and he makes it fun for Bubba.
Add some of
Listen, he makes it fun for Bubba, so Bubba's smiling every 3 holes. If Speedy needs to hit, he can.
No.
He said, and Speedy will keep things moving for Bubba and keep everything on course. And he will help Bubba go through this smoother with all the things you said.
And all of this started because I was energetic about Bubba
handler
playing.
Speedy has.
Yeah.
He has that check mark, and most people are just not ruthless handlers.
The day that I fell in love with Speedy as a handler, and I still remember it, is I was called to a scene that was chaotic, and it was horrifying when I arrived. And I saw sweat pouring into his eyes as he came over to me, and he said, "You just need to leave. One shouldn't be here." And I remember thinking to myself, I love this guy.
My only fear
and you didn't need to be.
No, whoever put one in this situation, that shouldn't have happened.
Yeah.
My only fear with Speedy is that
back out right now.
With that many people in that big area, somebody else might get in distress.
Right.
And Speedy might peel off me to help them.
Yeah. And plus, and Ryan and I, we both thought this, if, God forbid, something were to happen, as you just said, Speedy's there.
Yeah.
Yeah, you go into cardiac arrest, he's there. And you get to where you can't physically continue, he's there.
No, we're going to
I was telling them.
You just get tired of it, he's there.
Yeah.
But what he's saying is you can be what you love, the social butterfly, and he takes all that other away. You just get to enjoy it. Because you want to say hey to everybody. You want to be smiling. You want to be gripping and grinning,
And we just hope and pray it's not cart path only.
Oh,
but you know what? Speedy, very like, cart path, please.
Oh, but what he's saying is
about getting that cart path.
If we have to do where we have to, walk so much on each hole, it slows up play huge.
Cart path, please.
And then you get over there and you got the wrong club. That's a dandy.
My
favorite.
That's why you take
That's my very favorite.
The good news is
150 yards, cart uphill.
I'm just taking my bag off before.
That's why you take a few.
I've seen the 7-day forecast, which you can wad up and throw in the trash.
Yeah.
Because if they don't know what's happening tomorrow, they have no idea what's happening 7 days from now. So it looks fine. There's only about, I think, 89-90% chance of rain. It's fine. So let's do this for Adler. God love him. He's been holding this video and we won't play it. All right? And that's on me. We started off. We went down another road. So we never played the second Biden video.
Yeah.
And this is the one where he's basically admits that they told me not to ask any questions because too many questions because I'll get myself in trouble.
Right.
So
he's really the one we wanted to begin with.
Yeah.
Right. So
we were working our way to that, and I got off on the scientific method, and that's on me.
Right. So he's done. And he's walking off, and then you hear shouts of questions, and that's where we pick it up.
I hear it.
President Harris
India needs AstraZeneca. Will you make it faster for them to get the vaccine? The vaccines we will get soon. India, they're suffering at this moment. What do you say to the folks in India?
Look, I'm sorry. This is the last question I'll take, and I'm really going to be in trouble. With regard to India, I spoke at length with Modi, the Prime Minister.
Now, is he talking about he's going to get in trouble because he needs to get somewhere else?
That's what I was wondering.
That's what that sounded like to me.
Yeah,
it didn't sound like.
The story is that he was insinuating that he's like, I keep answering questions, and in one more, I'm in
Which is
trouble.
probably true, but it also did sound
it wasn't as bad as I thought it was going to be.
Yeah.
But I mean, but he did look confusing there for just a minute. Let me hear it one more time. I want to hear it one more time. All right, so
Couldn't remember the first name.
Sure.
For some reason, he keeps looking down at his black little pad.
Yeah, because let me ask this: are we going? I mean,
As President,
there's nothing.
Look at those guns.
make it faster for them to get the vaccine. The vaccines we will get soon. India, they're suffering at this moment. What do you say to the folks in India?
Look, I'm sorry. This is the last question I'll take, and I'm really going to be in trouble.
Okay.
It could go either way.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I want to be fair to him. I mean,
did
he seem confused? Sure,
he always does.
He always does.
That's nothing new.
But you know what he does to try to make us feel better about it, and we know this to be a fact. He puts his aviators on.
Yeah,
and that for some reason, if he's got the aviator on, we think he's not in stage 3 of Alzheimer's.
Yeah,
you know what I mean. And
you can't see him squinting so hard.
So anyway, but but once again, here is the reporters that think that we, the United States of America, we're just the answer for India's problem.
Yeah.
Why are we not getting them vaccines? Well, it's a little more complicated than that. I mean, that's kind of a complicated question. Hey, why are we not sending them the vaccines? What are you laughing at?
I'm sorry. Gene Hallman just emailed me. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Rick.
Oh no,
it was uncontrollable.
No, I'll
I apologize.
Can you do it? Tell us on there. Well, I'm done with what I was talking about.
He said, of course, you know how we have a running joke that Bubba can't tell Gene no.
Right.
You know, and he knows that.
Yeah, he does know that.
And he said, no one on the team doing the show needs to be tested at all or show COVID-19 information. The rule just applies to who is playing in the Pro-Am, which is Bubba. And I know that he will show proper verification because he can't tell me no.
I can't show proper verification because I don't have it. I didn't get the vaccine.
Well, you got to get a test.
Wow. So you'll get a test the day before.
What if I don't?
You.
What if I show up and I don't have it?
Then we'll just do the show and hang out.
Yeah.
Okay.
Wish this would have been brought up earlier.
Sure.
See, these are
probably need to cover that when we're up
these
there
are the kind of
chicken.
things, though, that we as citizens are going to have to deal with moving forward with this. It's not just Speedy and I were talking about this the other day because people are they're going to demand you do it, or you're not getting in, or you're not going to be able to go, or you're not going to be able to do this certain thing, and that's a real thing, and it's obviously getting real for Bubba.
So it looks like the questions is, have you had the vaccine? Show the card, which sounds creepy. The other is, if you've had COVID-19 within 90 days, just show that you've had it.
None of those apply to Bubba.
But what about this? Because Bubba is just outside the 90 days, but he did just go get an official antibodies test. Can he not say, this is when I had it, and here's the official antibodies test?
Are you talking out loud? I don't know.
I'm asking. I'm just asking.
No, he can't. No,
they look at the antibodies test and go,
they do, which I don't understand.
Which I don't get that.
That's the whole goal.
I don't get it.
I think because it constantly changes.
You can get a vaccine and you don't get an antibody response.
Yeah.
There's some people will be vaccinated, it doesn't affect at all.
How about this? A person with antibodies has more protection than the Johnson & Johnson vaccine.
Yeah. Rick, what did you say that the doctor told you about those that have had it could show positive because it's still – What did you say?
He said – now, probly not this deep.
You still have fragments of the virus.
My
in your
son,
system.
who had it, he said if they go, because where he was working said, we want to test you again before you come back to work. He said, well, that's flawed. He said, because the fact that he's had it, this RNA thing that we tried to create, he said that indicator in the antibodies could still give a positive reading, especially on the rapid test, because the antibody is saying, hey, we've had the disease. It's here, and now we know to fight against it. He said that identifier that our antibodies now look for could give a positive test on a COVID test. He said so he cannot infect anybody at work at this point. He's also 19 years old. They're
Sure.
like they're at no risk. But if they do that, he may never get back to work.
Wait a minute. Let me be sure. If you test positive, what's the rule now? If you test positive for COVID-19,
That's a great
10
question.
days.
'Cause
Everybody quit
that's
talking
another
about it.
thing that we're not talking about anymore.
It hadn't
wait a
been
minute.
talked about in so long.
if I go get the test and it shows positive, when's our vacation start?
Oh, wait a minute.
May 8th.
Like a 2.5 week vacation, kid.
Do you have to schedule that test, Speedy, or just show up?
Oh, look here, it's positive.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I can't start another
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
day without 'em, brother.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and
22 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba show. Controversy hits the pro-am. All right, so now Speedy's world just got turned upside down. I mean, it's great.
And what about our winners that's going to be inside the room?
Yeah, right.
Speedy, if he's caddying, he's going to be as close to the players as I am.
I mean, Monday.
Is Hunter going to be around us? He's got to get tested.
Eddie?
Yeah, that's right.
I know.
Yeah, right. Huh?
I mean, do we all get the swab?
That's right.
In our thingamabob?
That's right. So we now it's been turned upside down. I mean, what are you going to do on Monday? People supposed to be given to Children's Hospital. They got to be tested to walk inside with Bubba. Be in his group. You definitely have to be tested, Speedy. That's not even up for debate.
I understand what you're doing, and I don't blame you at all. I really don't. Matter of fact, I respect it.
He's going to have to be tested.
Yeah.
Speedy.
But Bubba, if you're just walking in the gallery, you don't have to be tested. You were saying Betty.
No, but
you said she's going to walk.
If she's
with
inside,
she's going to sleep with Bubba the night before.
If she's inside the mini bubble,
We hope.
then yes. Look at Speedy.
No, I'm just.
Let me tell you. I mean,
But I mean, you see where I mean, if we're following the same line of logic, where
but you don't use the word logic on some of this.
I mean, I just don't understand.
Right.
I'm not following.
That's right.
And here it is, Speedy. I mean, Gene was saying I can't say no to him, but if we do what we do and somebody says, "Oh, you can't participate, you're out," then
Right.
I mean,
That's right. I'm still trying to figure out. Speedy, you okay over there?
No.
Here's what y'all just need to do.
No.
Y'all just need to go over Monday, Tuesday, because nothing going on.
I'll be testing Monday.
And y'all go ahead and just get tested.
where do we get tested at? Do you see where?
I don't know. I've just learned about this.
I think you can go anywhere and get
it's
tested.
just
No. It has to be there.
You have to take their test.
I don't see.
It's open Monday and Tuesday.
You've got to take a swab and you think, Bob.
Okay,
So you mean Bo Jackson's going to travel from
Thank you.
Chicago
That's
and
the
come
point.
get
He's
tested on
probably
Monday?
got the vaccine.
Does he?
Remember, most
assuming
of the
all that.
coaches have been vaccinated because the schools probably made them do it, or the NCAA made them do it.
You know,
Probably.
there's a lot of assuming going on right here.
But I'm sure there's
cannot play in our tournaments until you've had the vaccine.
there's plenty of people out there.
vaccine.
I thought we had a law on the vaccine passport in our state.
You will take the vaccine.
Can we get the good governor to sign off on that right quick?
I think there needs to be an executive decision. I just think we're out.
Just learn to say no to Gene.
Right.
We're out. Never discussed. Never brought up.
You know this.
Well, now I got to get Gary tested.
And here's this is another.
Hey, look, I ain't taking it. I'm telling you. They ain't gonna put that vax on me.
Can I ask y'all another question? This ties into the bigger.
That's how they get you. Just ask Greg.
This ties into the bigger picture of the whole thing. You remember how everybody got so sensitive about the HIPAA laws with your health?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you couldn't say you had a bad cold without somebody's written permission to okay it. And this vaccine thing, I mean, we're just throwing that thing around like, hey, I mean, that's everybody and their brother wants to know about that.
You will give us your card. Have your card where we can see it,
Greg? You remember how when we were growing up, fake IDs was a big thing. You know, oh yeah, I got a fake ID, so kids can go do this and do that. I got a fake ID.
Get a fake ID.
So is the generation now going to be the fake vaccine card?
Yeah.
You know, is that the new thing?
Psst, come here. You want a vaccine card? Mm-hmm. Come here. Get behind the dumpster.
Yeah.
Come
What
over here.
state you from? I got all kind of colors: blue, red, yellow.
Yeah. Good night.
To Greg in Mississippi. Greg, go ahead. Welcome.
Hey, y'all just about covered it. Listen, in the world we live in now, take Greg's vaccine card, copy it onto some card stock,
There you go.
white it out, put y'all's names on it, show it to them, and tell them we're playing golf.
There you go. Just use Greg's card.
Ask him in your voice if we can see his card.
Greg, can we see your card?
No, the German.
the
German
German.
voice.
Greg, could you come here, please? We will take your card. You must use it for you alone. Do not share your card. You will use this card and you will like it. In line, please.
Adler, does it have your picture on the card?
No. I've seen them.
John in Mississippi.
I mean,
John,
it looks like something off the box of cereal.
John in Mississippi, go ahead.
With a sticker
I'm hearing y'all talking about the protocols they got in place for the PGA Tour event. It was the same way at Talladega. I don't know if it's the governing body or NASCAR or PGA that's making the host sites do this, but at Talladega it was a cluster.
I bet it. Well, you had to get tested to get in Talladega, or you had to show your card?
Adler, let's see it again.
They had a little tent set up, and they asked you questions about it. Number one, they didn't have as many gates open as normal, so that congregated people. And then you had to go through a metal detector, the wand thing, which I thought we was under a pandemic, not a terrorist attack, so that was different. That caused more people congregating. Finally, they just threw their hands up and said, everybody come on in.
So because what they were trying to do is illogical. You're at this place is gigantic.
I thought asking for ID was racial.
And right. Yeah, I thought it's racist to ask for an ID.
Yeah.
But so did you hear that? They tried to set up this ridiculous system that really made people get in bigger mobs and closer to each other. They'd have been better off just open up the mammoth track, and just say everybody go, because they're outdoors, they're spread out. But what does the illogical, igmonic thinking? Let's do fewer gates.
Igmonic.
Let's set up tents and let's congregate people trying to get into a race outdoors in a gigantic facility. Let's put them all in little pods of people, and they're right on top of each other. Yeah. You see how stupid that is?
Think about this: the track itself is 3-something miles long.
Just the track, and how many acres is that place? My gosh, it's
bigger than most cities.
It really is. But let's congregate at some of these small. Just don't even open all the gates because people might spread out. You don't want that. And we're outdoors. I mean, how stupid is that? And it sounds like they finally just gave up and said, "Open the gates. What are we doing? Have we lost our minds?"
Speedy, when you want to go get tested?
You gonna check race fans coming into Talladega? Are you kidding me?
I understand what you're doing. I understand what you're doing, and me getting to be his caddy.
Yeah.
And I understand what you're doing.
Yeah.
You want not to suffer by yourself and pull somebody else in. But I'm the one that's getting it.
I know, bud. That's just life of that.
You'll ride
chair.
together to go get our test.
Hey, that's life in the 3-seat.
Right. All right. Yeah, I'll be there Monday testing.
We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
35 minutes now past the hour. Oh, yeah. Big Papa was on the grill yesterday. Butcherbox.com/Bubba. You talk about pork chops. Good gracious. I mean, this is the way pork's supposed to be done. Heritage bread, baby. Boy, you talk about good. Put a little rub on it. Had that with some greens, collard greens.
Hungry.
Some potatoes. You think that wasn't good? A dinner roll to go with it. So anyway, do you have ButcherBox delivering delicious meats to your door? Why don't you resolve that? If the answer to that's no, then go to butcherbox.com/Bubba. This is it, man. It's grilling season. Matter of fact, we're putting together something for Father's Day at the Rick and Bubba store, the ultimate grilling package. Working on that right now. You can get all of our grilling stuff for your daddy. So we're working on that. Not ready yet. A little bit of a
Getting there.
I pull a little bit of a dairy berry. But anyway, but you can get them all individually now. But butcherbox.com/Bubba. High quality meat comes right to the door. And let me tell you something: the meat you're enjoying there's never been antibiotics or hormones used with any of these. And for grilling season, we have really got a cool package for those of you that haven't tried ButcherBox yet. This ought to do it. All right, butcherbox.com/Bubba. Here's what you're going to get with your order: their free essentials bundle in the first box. Let me tell you what's going to be in the essentials. Are you ready? You're getting this for free: 3 pounds of chicken breast, 2 pounds of pork chops, and they are so good. 2 pounds of ground beef, all for free in the first box when you sign up at butcherbox.com/Bubba. There's also a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. Now, we have a couple of callers before we get to this California thing.
Have you looked at the picture, by the way?
Of the story we're about to do? I have not. Oh, yeah, this is fantastic.
Got my vote.
All right, so Ricky in Hueytown said what the guy said about Talladega wasn't true. Ricky, you didn't see any of this, but you may have showed up once they said forget it, let everybody in.
Well, no, I showed up like right when they opened the gate. So, like, there wasn't nobody checking no vaccine card or anything like that. Like, they wanted to make sure you had a mask, and they wanted to make sure if you had been exposed to COVID or something like that, which I don't know how you're supposed to know if you've been exposed or not. But anyway, and then they metal detect you, which is something that they're doing at all these stadiums now. And then once you got in, you didn't even have to wear your mask because they had people had a sign that said, please wear your mask, and they didn't even have a mask on.
Yeah, but that's Ricky, you're agreeing with him. He didn't say that they did that to him once you got inside there. He said they had a bunch of gates shut down, and it became a mob once the crowd started getting, unlike you that maybe got there.
None of the gates were shut down. They just divided the gates into sections of where you were sitting.
Right. What I'm saying, but yeah, when he got there, it was bogged down. I thought you were saying they weren't asking you these questions or doing that. They were doing that. So did
they take temperature? Did he say that?
Didn't say that. But again, he said what I'm glad. Then they practiced common sense. Why would anybody need a mask to go to Talladega Superspeedway? Why?
Yeah. Doesn't make any sense.
So I guess they had to cross that off the list, and then everybody.
The reason I ask about the temperature thing is because many things that I'm still having to do that. I mean, you go get a haircut today at certain places, you're going to get your temp checked.
Well, what they're trying to do, is they're trying to go ahead and get you acclimated to everybody shooting something at your forehead, looking for something.
Thank you, Rick.
Scanning the chip.
Yeah.
The Antichrist.
But to your point, I remember
trying to get you acclimated.
Right.
I don't know if
it's
it was
routine for you.
Right. September or October of last year, we went to. We were at Dollywood, and a lot of this was going on.
Oh, sure.
Check your temp, ask some questions,
Right.
but then they piled us on a bus together.
I know it did.
So it makes zero sense.
Well, you're living in a fake world.
I know.
You're living in none of this makes any sense. I mean, we shouldn't be getting on a bus if we got all this kind of worry.
Yeah.
But anyway, so now what was it? Listen to this from Janie now. Janie in Alabama. Janie, go ahead.
Hey, just wanted to let you know my husband was 2 months out from the second shot. Got diagnosed with COVID last week. I was 4 days out from my first shot because I received my second and was diagnosed positive as well.
Did they tell you which type you had, or was it the wild or the normal, or was it a variant?
You said wild.
Well, they call it wild.
Normal.
Yeah. They didn't say it was one of the variants.
No, they just said it was the normal.
Right,
it wasn't any of the new variants.
They call the original the wild.
Yeah,
is what they refer to. I don't know.
Yeah.
I mean, it's kind of strange.
But
that's what we also call Greg.
I received from the state. I had to sign a certified letter stating that I had to stay home until the 24th. for 14 days to stay inside.
Even though you've been
vaccinated,
with the first vaccine, the first dose.
No,
Yes,
she got
sir.
both.
With the
No,
first
she said she was 4 days.
Your husband got both.
Her husband was
My
about to
husband
get
got
some.
Oh, okay.
Oh, he did get both.
Yeah,
so
I thought so.
yeah. So
He
let,
got both.
Well, here's the thing: vaccines are not 100%. I mean, everybody
No.
reacts different, and you may react different at different times. I mean, that's the thing. You know, when you're a carbon unit, it's not you can't replicate the results every single time the exact same way.
But let me ask you this: Why did y'all get tested for COVID? Did you start feeling bad?
We just had sinuses, is what we thought. I thought that he has it worse, of course. He's a husband. And so I was doing fine. I was about 4 days out, and he started running fever. So I took him to the urgent care, and he called me and said, "Hey, I'm positive. Come inside and get tested." And I said, "There's no way." I was going to make him send it out, and but then I was positive. So I thought,
All right.
no.
Well, let me
We're
ask.
positive.
Let me delve into this. Okay, so people are feeling bad because of the vaccine to different degrees. Some not at all, some quite a bit, somewhere in between. Is it possible that y'all tested positive because you now have the mRNA from the vaccine, that would make the test be positive?
Well, we had asked that question to the state, and of course they said no. They said that my husband was one of 200 in the state of Alabama who has tested positive after having at least 60 days out of their second vaccine. But now we did get the infusion within 48 hours. That did make us feel a little better. We didn't have as many side effects from receiving it, and I'm hoping that helped because of the vaccine.
Well,
pro-vaccine.
Let me ask you this. Did you, prior to getting vaccinated, you didn't have it, right?
No, sir.
Okay. So you never had the natural antibodies to begin with?
No, sir.
Okay.
Thank you. Appreciate it, Janie.
Yeah, sorry you had to go through that.
So Rick and Pelham. Rick, go ahead.
Hey, guys. Love the show, man. Got a question for Bubba. Bubba, I know you're serious about the golf and everything, but let me ask you this. If they go with a regular test up the nose, are you good with it, or are you going with a Chinese test up the rump and you're done?
You mean a swab in my thingamabob? That Dr. Seuss book cover owns me.
Have you scheduled for your test?
I don't even know where to go.
Right.
It's some 10 over there somewhere, I'm sure.
Check your PGA emails.
Yeah. Well, I just hope I pass. You can't study for it.
No, you can't study. Speedy, you ready?
No, what I don't want to happen. This is what I don't want to happen.
It might be he didn't have a caddy. You gonna be able to handle that?
This is what I don't want to happen. I don't want people bidding to be in our group and then me can't go. You know, that's the thing.
Well,
and I can't be tested till they've already bid.
Well, let's go back to this. What about bidding for the group and they can't go?
Yeah. Well, yeah, all of the above. Yeah. I mean, all of the above.
Because if it's about the proximity to players and the people playing, if you're inside the ropes, then everybody inside the ropes should. Why only the person playing? It doesn't make any sense.
Mm-hmm.
Either
you can only touch your ball though. You can't pick up somebody else's ball. You can't touch the flag either. The flag stays in.
You're making that up, I hope.
Mm-mm.
You know the CDC just came out and said the surface thing was total hogwash.
What about their club they leave laying on the side of the green?
You better
pick it
not
up and
pick
hand
it
it
up.
to them?
Just kick it to them.
You know what? I really like the rule leave the flag stick in because I need it as a backstop usually. It doesn't distract me at all. I'm aiming for it.
Or to have a better chance, aim at something else.
You're right.
Then he goes right at it. All right, one more call, and then we'll come back.
We talked about a lot of things at that lunch the other day. Not this.
That kind of got skipped over.
Yeah. Well, Anonymous in Alabama, go ahead.
Yeah, is that me?
Yes, it is.
Okay, sorry. I just have a friend who her mom passed away 3 weeks ago, and she had 4 different people at the facility ask her if she wanted to put COVID-19 as the reason, which it was not. But they explained to her that if COVID-19 was on the death certificate, that she could then apply to FEMA and receive $9,000 toward the funeral expenses. And where I work, I have now come into contact with 3 other people who are applying to FEMA for the same thing.
So if your loved one, they can do cause of death to COVID-19, you get $9,000 from FEMA?
Yes.
Well, I don't know. I would expect human beings to try to get something like that. I mean, that's our nature to do that. But the fact that the medical community is encouraging it and letting it happen, the people who are supposed to be scientific, Rick, the scientific method.
This is why nobody believes the numbers.
Right, exactly. Everything is doctored now. Everything. It's all make-believe.
Y'all want me to say it again? Yeah. You live in a make-believe world. You don't live in a real world anymore. We'll come back. The gubernatorial race in California just got stranger.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
my knees.
It's 9 minutes now to the top of the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. We'll get more of your phone calls coming up next hour. All right, so we know that California, that is just a sideshow, and we know that. There are some good people that live in California, and I know some, but boy, they are the exception. It is a bizarro world in California, and so we thought anytime there's a gubernatorial race in California, it can be odd. We've seen that with Arnold in the past. Now we've got a transgendered woman who at one time was the gold medalist in the decathlon representing the United States of America in the men's division.
The greatest athlete in the world. And Rick, he was a man's man.
Well, now apparently he wants to be a man's woman.
Right.
But anyway, so now the bizarro world of Kaitlin Jenner has announced that will be a gubernatorial run for the former Bruce Jenner, now Kaitlin Jenner. And you think, well, that's going to be a bizarro world. But today, the gubernatorial race in California, believe it or not, just got stranger.
Rick, he hasn't fully committed yet, but he said he is giving serious consideration. Actor Randy Quaid wants to be the next governor of California.
Oh, my.
He says he wants to run to clean up the corruption in the state after having multiple run-ins with the law there. He said, I promise if elected, I will clean up the district attorney's offices throughout the state. According to the 70-now-year-old actor, Quaid is best known for his role in National Lampoon films and followed up the announcement with a hashtag Randy Quaid, the number 4 CAGOV. That's Randy Quaid for California Gov.
This is just fantastic.
This is bringing me back to love of politics right there.
It is, too. It almost makes me want to take a COVID test to play in a pro-am.
I might donate to Randy Quaid's gubernatorial race.
Now, I know what I'm about to say next is I need to be very careful. But, Randy, he's a libertarian.
I know.
Rick,
I don't even know what his positions are. But if I can just see that crazy beard on the stage talking politics.
No, debating Kaitlin Jenner? No, don't miss that. Don't take that visual away.
What's Caitlin's slogan going to be? Like campaign slogan, you think?
I'm not touching that.
No. That's it?
That's it.
Okay.
There's so much.
Hashtag.
There's so much. Right now is when I wish that Don Rickles was with us so he could say something that we can't say.
Or Greg.
If I were in charge of Kaitlin Jenner's campaign, picture it, I think I would look. It's a circus. Let's bring out the clowns. I would say.
Oh, that's the slogan because this all works.
No, I know. Get up there and just tell them that you're in a very unique position, that you literally know what it's like to be a man and a woman. And so nobody else knows what you know. You can speak to both genders because you've been both.
Rick, that's almost as good as I thought our slogan when we were talking about running for governor. Vote for us. We're comedians. We've been electing clowns all these years anyway.
Why not?
Yeah.
Rick,
the perfect. If I would also say on Kaitlin Jenner or even Randy Quaid, I could do both. The perfect candidate for today's America. For today's California, I represent modern society. It's a sideshow. At one time I did in 76, I do again now. I change with 76, that's what America looked like. Now today, this is what it looks like, and I'm your candidate.
You know what I think?
For today's America.
Randy Quaid's slogan could be, Clark, that's real nice.
Yeah, that's good. Or
Clark, vote for me.
No, the better one would be what he says when he looks out there and sees him doing about something being full.
Yes.
Because I got news for you. We can say that about California's government and our federal government.
Yes.
Hey, it's full.
Yes.
Yeah.
You do remember Randy had to flee the United States because there was a warrant for his arrest. For destroying I believe it was a hotel room, wasn't it, and left without paying. And he eventually went to Canada, Rick, and applied for citizenship, and it was denied.
How about that?
So is he still on the lam? I mean, is he still? When I say running for the governor's office, isn't he running from the law still?
That's
Can he
a great
even come
question.
into California to campaign?
It's a legitimate question.
You know, look, why not?
I know.
That's what I'd say. Why not?
Why not? I know it's only half a picture, but I want you to look at this right here again.
I know.
Look, you know who that is.
I know. Yeah. Yeah, I saw him on the Wheaties box.
Mm-hmm.
I was watching when he did all that.
Yeah.
First time.
Mm-hmm. I tell you, the shorts they wore in those days, he couldn't have passed himself off as a woman.
No, he couldn't.
Rick.
I tell you, what a difference 40-something years makes, huh?
Sad. You know, 40 is the number of discipline.
Yeah, I know.
Do
you realize all the movies that Randy Quaid was in? I mean, he's been in some you forgot about, I bet.
Probably. You're probably correct on that. So
he was in the Vacation series. We all remember that. Christmas Vacation, Vegas Vacation. He was in one called Cousin Eddie's Island Adventure. Did you ever see that?
Never did. Never even heard.
I haven't either. I didn't even heard of that.
I'll tell you, one of my favorite roles that he did was Days of Thunder.
Yeah,
when he was the car owner.
Yeah, that's good.
That was a good role.
That was a good one.
You know that I don't even think they list that.
A little less zany than the other.
Yeah.
His Hollywood resume also includes A Streetcar Named Desire, LBJ, the early years, Caddyshack 2.
I forgot about that.
Parents, Independence Day. You forgot about that.
I did.
And Brokeback Mountain.
He's not.
I try to forget about that.
He's not in that.
Read it.
He's not
Read
in
it.
that. Why do they not have Days of Thunder on there?
I don't know.
There he is in Days of Thunder. Look up. There he is.
That's one of my favorite.
But they got him in Brokeback.
He's not in Brokeback.
He is,
Are y'all making
I
that
try
up?
to forget that.
Second paragraph, last film listed. See it?
Well, no wonder he went crazy. I bet that's the last time he worked.
It's the last one they list. 2005.
Well, wouldn't you try every way in the world to get some of the white out and put across that one? Can you imagine, honestly, returning to this group and returning to Mr. Greg Burgess after starring in Brokeback Mountain?
Guys, I'm not going to. I'm going to wait till we go to commercial break. I see a movie that he is in that I so bad want to talk about because I've never seen it, and I'll just leave it alone. It's about tennis too, Bubba. He has been in a tennis movie.
That's not true. Why y'all got so many untruths today?
Well, that's
Can't say the name of the tennis movie,
that's
but
going to be nothing compared to the governor.
Yeah. So what happened? He did a Cousin Eddie's Island Adventure.
That's what it says. Listed at 2003 or something. It was right after the Christmas Vacation, about 2 or 3 years.
He was in this one here. He was a golfer, actually, in a
Saw
pro-am,
that.
and then found out he had to get tested for COVID and didn't
That's
know
a
what
good
to
movie.
do.
I've seen it.
Have y'all seen that one?
It's called Brokeback Bruno.
No. Our better known is I Can't Quit You, Gene. He knows me. Top of the hour. Top of the hour. We'll be back. If you leave us, have a good day.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
7 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. As we make our way back, much to discuss on the program going forward. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, they're all here. We're definitely going to talk about a wacky world story, but welcome back for a brand new hour, Bill Bubba Bussy. Hey, buddy.
Rick, glad to be here, and I just
well, it's a big day today on the show.
I was just
big event day on the show.
Just sharing something with Rick, and I got the funniest look.
Let's run down the things that I know I'm doing. Let me run down the things I know I'm doing.
We got to have a listener help us out with this.
In the O'Reilly Auto Parts upcoming events. If you will look right now, we have things that are going on. We'll be at the Kevin Derryberry Golf Tournament. A lot of us will be there tomorrow for the lunchtime, and I'll be sharing a brief message with the golfers before they go out. That has been tradition for, he's been doing it 16 years. We've been there. I know I didn't make it last year, but we've been there.
That podcast we have to take makes that a tough run.
That's a tough one. Yeah. Thursday's not the best day for us anymore. But anyway, that is going on tomorrow for those of you that are coming from all over the country to be there or other Rick and Bubba markets. Now, Friday night, this is a free event, but they do ask that you reserve so they know kind of how many people are coming. Forged men's event at the Chattooga High School Gymnasium in Summerville, Georgia. Now, the host church, they just finished all 40 weeks of our curriculum, and they're now inviting other people and churches to come, and I'll be there speaking, and we'll be trying to talk to you about our strategy that'll be available to the other churches there in that area. So if you want to be at the Forged men's event coming up, they've got some great door prizes too and stuff they'll be giving away. Check that for Friday night. And you're welcome to come. It's free. And then we go to First Baptist Church in Colquitt, Georgia. They're already doing the men's discipleship strategy. This is their second man church, their second gathering of the men, and then they'll go into the rest of the curriculum. And I'll be there speaking at their man church. That's also a free event coming up on Sunday night. So that's where I was going to stop until we get back, from vacation,
right.
which
coming up
makes
May
this new thing.
10th, yeah.
You and I will be on vacation. We'll do the show on May the 7th, then May the 8th through the 15th. We will be on vacation, which will include me being on vacation for Mother's Day, which is part of Sherry and I's 25th anniversary, and we hadn't taken a trip yet because of all the COVID things. And then you claim that you saw yesterday that I'm speaking somewhere on Mother's Day, but I don't know anything about it.
Rick, let me put this. It may be on me. Maybe I read the sign wrong. Maybe that was it. Maybe I just read the sign wrong. But I was.
But my picture was on it.
Well, yeah, and our logo and everything.
Really?
Yeah. So
I get
part
nervous.
of the area that where I go to hunt and everything is close to a lovely community called Sylacauga, Alabama. Not always easy for people to say outside of our area.
Right.
But I was coming home yesterday, and I stopped at a red light on up in Childersburg. And I've seen this banner several times. There's a banner out in front of the C-store promoting a speaking event you're doing.
Right.
And the best I remember, it said something about Mother's Day on it. And I asked you, and you said, no, I'm not doing anything. I said, why? I think that banner said something about a Mother's Day message or something. And I may be wrong. Maybe it was me. Rick, maybe it was me. Allergy season.
Well,
all the pressure genes putting us under. I may have cracked.
Now, you do know 100%. You saw our logo and you saw Sylacauga.
I saw a sign with Rick on it in Childersburg.
Okay, so but I can tell you this based off, and maybe I'm missing something because this is kind of my world. You're not speaking anywhere close to that area.
I know.
At any point in time, and have it in the past, so it wasn't old.
So you think?
So just to clear it up, and Rick, before we do any of this, it may be on me.
No, please. But it also could be on me.
It could be on me,
and it could be on me.
But if you're in the Childersburg area and you're coming west on Highway 280, right before you go over the Coosa River.
It's so specific. I love this.
There's a convenience store on the right.
C-store.
And there is a banner in the grass out there.
Oh, boy.
That's, it's probably
like a real estate sign?
No. It's like 4 foot tall and probably 8 foot long.
Oh, my.
Right. And it's in the grass out there.
Yeah, right.
And it has your picture on it, Rick Burgess is speaking. And in my mind, it says Mother's Day message or something like that.
Bubba, you are 100% correct. I now have the picture of it.
Rick,
but I don't know.
Please
anything.
tell me.
Oh my!
I don't know anything about
This
this.
show is getting better by the moment.
Oh my
today.
goodness!
Yeah. But here's what. No, let me tell you where.
So let me see. Will you send me the picture so I can see it?
Here's what is kind of interesting. Here's what's kind of interesting.
Send it to me.
When I see the place, I remember the place. But Sherry and I think did this. We've already done this. This is like in the past.
It's been up there a
Is this an
year.
old one?
I'm looking at it right
Because Mother's Day's coming up again.
I know. No,
Mother's
I got
Day
you.
service, May 9th, 8:30 and 11.
Yeah. Well, I'll be. I won't even be here.
This is old. This has got to be. But,
Well, it's
but
got
to your
the right-
point,
it's got the right date and everything.
Oh,
I don't.
wow.
But I mean,
Rick, send me the picture. I didn't get it.
this is I
I'm not losing my mind. It is there, right?
I'm looking at it right now.
I honestly don't. I don't
I
have.
mean, I got to stare at it because there's a red light there.
Yeah.
You know, I was
Look at that hair. I mean, you got
okay.
like he likes
Hey,
it.
somebody just emailed and said they got a flyer in the mail yesterday about this.
Well,
I got one in the mail yesterday, and I live in Chelsea. This is from a guy named Justin.
This right here is in Chelsea, I believe.
Yeah, guys, I'm so
Listen,
sorry.
Lisa took it the other day
The
when she was in
Revival
Chelsea.
Center in Vincent on Mother's Day.
Rick, what have we done?
I don't know. Well, I'll research that, but
Rick,
it's
then-
good.
Rick, this is not the sign I saw.
This is a different because this is
It's at a different location, but that's the sign I saw. But it was down in Childersburg.
Yeah, this one here is in Chelsea.
Yeah, it's at
because
Chelsea
Lisa
Park,
took it
right.
the other day, Rick, just because she thought, well, there's Rick. She had no idea.
Well, I got to tell you, I don't have anything on here for Chelsea either.
It says something Revival Center.
Yeah, I remember this.
Rick,
By the way,
tell them
when
you
you turn
failed
it-
your COVID test. You can't go.
this is
It's Circle R Revival Center.
Yeah. How about this? I know what this is.
Oh, you do?
Yeah, I do.
What happened?
And it's I will get to the bottom of that, but I know what this is.
Oh no.
Yeah, I do.
So can I? Well,
Yeah.
can I?
Now let me
What
tell
if I
you.
hadn't have even mentioned it to you?
No. Well, it's
Hey, look, here's Rick. Look at
Look, Rick's countenance have changed a little bit.
I think he's messed up.
You know, Rick, you're laughing now. You
no.
know what it is.
No. Here is the thing. It's probably too much inside right now, but this is something
man.
that is supposed to include Sherry and me, and unfortunately, and it's a flaw in the system. And I've talked about this before. When Premier Speakers books me by myself, they send me everything, and I stay on top of it. If Sherry's doing something, she receives everything. They created this other category of us doing something together, and I don't see it.
Oh, no.
I don't have any access to that. And, I mean, I would have to go and try to find it. So with all the stuff going on, probably both her and me haven't seen it in a year probably.
It was booked then.
Yeah, and so it's
So y'all forgot.
Well, Rick, here's the good news. The only people more shocked than you are the people at the Revival Center.
Well, we'll get a plan on that.
I love this job so much.
Yeah.
Hey, thank goodness.
Thank goodness,
brought it
Bob.
up.
Because let me tell you.
I've been seeing it for weeks.
Yeah.
Lisa too.
Yeah. So I wish you'd have told me before now.
Well, I didn't even. I mean, I didn't. I just thought it was another one.
They wearing 280 out. It's all over there.
We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
the gravy, please.
21 minutes now past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big is the number. All right, so we will unpack. I like to thank Bubba today. Bubba, you've been bringing a lot to the table today. COVID testing for the Pro-Am.
You want to run down those upcoming events, Rick?
Well, here, Tammy is now a member of the church, and she's on the line. Hey, Tammy, welcome to Rick and Bubba. How are you today?
Good morning. I'm good. How are you guys?
Good. So, Tammy, let me ask you this. And going through all this, and we're getting to the bottom of it now, probably you've heard me talking about places we're speaking and where we're going on and on and on.
I have.
Did you ever on any day listen to the show go, I wonder why he's not mentioning May 9th?
Yes.
Yeah.
And I keep thinking he's just going to do it when it gets closer to time.
So here's
you know what though? You know what, Tammy? I'm glad that just literally on the about to come back to the segment.
Yeah.
I mentioned to Rick, hey, I saw your sign down in Childersburg.
Yeah.
And Rick kind of looked at me funny. And then I mentioned it. I'm glad I didn't wait till like next Friday to mention it.
Well, me too. Yeah. Well, let me ask you this, Tammy, because here's the things you're going back and try to remember all of this. So, did we try to do this last spring and the pandemic killed it?
Yes, sir.
And that's what happened. Then it moved because when Bubba started mentioning the details, I said, I think we've already done that. And
no,
because
COVID killed it, and your wife is actually supposed to be there for a Mother's Day brunch the day before on Saturday.
Yeah. See, I remember all that because it was supposed to be last year, and we had it all planned. Well, here's the comedy of all the things falling together. So the pandemic, which is tried to ruin everything, as Adler sang in the song way back at the beginning of it.
Oh yeah.
So everything that we had booked for last spring all got canceled. So all of it, including all the stuff we're doing with the manchurch.com, all got piled onto 2021. And then Sherry was actually supposed to be out of the country. And so we were trying to plan a mission trip when we could go. And of course, pandemics ruined that. Well, Sherry and the kid that we have still in Brooks, still in Big Love in college, they're not doing the college she's going to, studying French, and the college he's going to. They're not doing spring break at all. They're just ending the semester early, but just pushing on through. So Bubba and I had to and he was gracious to do so, rearrange vacation because we couldn't vacation spring break because Sherry wouldn't have been available and family wouldn't have been available and all that. So Sherry and I have a 25th anniversary this year. We didn't have it on the pandemic year. It was this year.
All right.
And so we're supposed to be going on our 25th anniversary trip. Guess when?
May the 8th at night?
Yeah, May leave on May the 8th. So I will, I'm really kind of surprised I haven't heard from anybody with Premier Speakers or with you guys it being this close.
Well, I did contact our pastor, Pastor Jason Allen.
Yeah.
And he was like me. He was shocked. I had just turned my radio on right when you guys started talking about it.
Well,
so it's like the grace of God that I heard it.
Well,
what I'm to contact whoever.
Yeah. Well, here's the thing. Right now Sherry is taking a final this week, so I'm not going to just text her right now and say whatever. But the good news is I will get with her and we will try to get a game plan and try. The really the 9th is presenting more difficulty than the 8th because I understand that's a brunch. So we could just leave after that. But the 9th.
What day is actually Mother's Day?
The Sunday.
10th, isn't it?
Yes, 9th.
No,
9th is Mother's Day.
9th.
Yeah, that's Mother's Day.
Okay.
So
that is the day that.
Yeah, that one's presenting.
He had you on the.
Yeah, that one's presenting more problems because obviously we're supposed to already be on our vacation then. So anyway, but we'll work it out. So don't worry about
it. The way I know my church, I know our congregation. Whatever happens is what God has willed to happen. So no hard feelings if it doesn't happen, and if it doesn't, or if it does, you enjoy your time with your wife.
Tammy,
anniversary.
Tammy, can I compliment your PR team?
They are.
Because I'm getting pictures of this banner.
Really good job.
I've probably got 60 different ones, I think.
Can I tell you this?
I mean, you've covered about a 40-mile square area.
Can I tell you this?
This is really good.
Our team is awesome. Our outreach team is amazing. It's led by Pastor Brandy Wallace, and she is awesome.
I wish that I could get you guys to train the churches, that we actually have on the website. website that I know I'm going to. That because you guys are getting it done. Now, one thing that was missing is one reach out to Rick, but to say,
we need to work on that.
But everything else is fan. But how about this? Nobody panic.
Panic.
This is another pandemic problem. Because I remember, Sherry and I had planned our whole weekend around it last year, and we were deciding whether we were going to try to stay down there or come back home and go back. And I remember us looking at the driving distance and saying, well, you can just go ahead and do Saturday. I'll go with you. Then we'll come back home, and then I'll go back and do Sunday. I mean, we had the whole thing planned out. I remember that. And that's the reason why when Bubba brought it up, I was like, no, we've already done that. I think that's an old banner.
Rick, the look on your face when it finally hit you, what might be going on.
Yeah.
Oh, God.
Well, I remembered the setup. I just couldn't remember.
I really thought it was on me.
I couldn't remember if we'd already
Bubba was
done
like,
it.
wait a minute. Because I've done that one. I know I'm sure, but then I go, well, maybe I'm
Well,
wrong.
look, let me tell you this, though, Tammy. This is better than, now this has been years ago when I made the commitment that I would get this more organized. Unfortunately, I didn't include y'all in this, apparently.
Right.
But that's when we started taking on the Speakers Bureau. And I've even gone as far now as I have a separate email for speaking stuff to try to keep all this organized now. But but it's not near as bad as the day that Sherry and I were sitting on an airplane going somewhere.
Oh, no.
And a guy comes by, grabs me by the shoulder and says, hey, we fired up by Thursday night. And I had no idea what he was talking about. And so he goes and sits down. Sherry says, what are you talking about? I said, I have no idea. She says, well, he's fired up about something. He's fired up about something Thursday night. I said, well, I better get fired up about it. I don't know what it is. But you know what? Stupid pandemic. But how about this stupid? Well, the other thing is, like I said, I got to get with Premier. This thing that they put when Sherry and I are together, which is rare. Sherry doesn't keep the same schedule that I do on this, but it'll get better as we go forward. But they have a separate category for us speaking together, meaning they don't send me the updates. We have to go to another landing page to find those, and I think that's a flaw. Obviously, but
that's a big flaw.
Yeah, but how about this? We will get it. We will come up with a plan of some kind, and like you said, you guys are wonderful people, and thank you for trusting us with that, and we will get a game plan. So I know.
Like I said, whatever happens is God's will, and we'll accept that as God's will.
Yeah, well, absolutely, and so we will work on it and make it happen, and thank you guys so much for your incredible marketing.
Yes, sir. You guys have a great day.
You too, Tammy. And
happy anniversary.
Thank you very much. See you,
Bubba. This you got to make Rick go and make a slight adjustment.
Jamie, she said she's just taking it in such stride.
Well, you know what? That's what people of faith do. They're like, yeah,
love her heart on that.
At the end of the day, I'm redeemed. So we'll see what we can do. So there you go. Well, Bubba, thank you. You brought in an email and a banner today. It's been a big day for you. We'll be back. 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number.
Well, wait till we get to James Carville.
You still got that coming up. Yep. More of the Rick and Bubba Show coming up. Stay with us. Also, don't forget, shop the Rick and Bubba store. There's new swag there. Some really cool stuff. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
35 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866 We Be Big. Bubba, what I have right here is an event I know I'm going to, and that's Gridiron Men's Conference. Gridiron Men's Conference is
good time for upcoming events.
Yep. You know, I normally go to the Gridiron Men's Conference every other year, and I was there last year, but COVID again. We had to limit how many men could come and all that. So I was honored to be asked to come back again this year and join this year's lineup. Wow. Herschel Walker will be there, Gary Chapman, Jonathan Evans, Ike Reichard, Charles Billingsley handles the worship. Phil Waldrop also will be speaking. Boy, this is just a great event. And look, I'm getting, we got Daniel from California. He's coming and going to it. People coming from all over the country to be there. Do you have your group together, ready to go? GridironMen.com. Go there, GridironMen.com. There's a link also under the sponsors button there at RickandBubba.com. It's Friday the 18th and Saturday the 19th, Father's Day weekend. And we do have this on the website because I know I'm going there.
Right.
Okay, so it is there, and just like my picture is on the Revival Center's website, it's also on the Gridiron Men website. So check that by going to GridironMen.com, and then also look at the link under the sponsors. And I look forward to seeing all of you. Huntsville, Alabama, they hosted it for the first time last year. Did such a great job. Yep. Gridiron is going back to Huntsville this year, and they're at the Probst Center, and look forward to being with all of you that are coming.
Speedy has suggested a segment here that maybe we do a quick poll to see who's going to have the most fun this afternoon. You trying to straighten that mess out, or me trying to get a COVID test and get cleared to play in the pro-am?
Well, let me ask you this, too, because here's the thing that we know. And, we just pull the curtain back. See, and y'all of you said this. Look, I'm ready. Just if you need me to go somewhere, I'm ready. Okay? Yeah. Now, Sherry is a person who plans a message for months, okay? Months. And you can see it when she does the message. Yeah. And you can sometimes see that I didn't. You know what I mean? But the thing is, see, I'm trying to pick my time because right now, let me tell you what Sherry Burgess thinks right now. She says, I've got to grind through this preparation for my final tomorrow, okay? And once I finish my final, I'm done with all this studying, I'm done with all this, and I'm getting ready on this vacation getaway with my husband for 25 years. Mm-hmm. Big Love's coming home from college, and hey, here we go. Hey, here we go. Okay,
here we go.
And so I have to be very, very strategic.
Yeah.
About when I bring this up, because she's completely forgotten about it too, because we haven't talked about it.
Right.
Now, Premier Speakers will get a call today.
Now, is there any chance that she finds out before you get to her?
Yes. Now.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
Now
does that concern you at all? Or?
I don't know whether do I take that hand grenade and roll it into the house this far away now, while she's getting ready for this final tomorrow? Do I do that?
The final's tomorrow?
Uh-huh.
Oh, I think you're okay.
Huh.
You're okay then.
Is it? You sure?
Well, in
the final prep, and now this will be thrown into her life, and I
forgot that you're dating a Sanford co-ed.
Yes, I am.
Yeah.
Yes, I am. So do I do that?
Wow.
Well,
secondhand is always worse.
It is. I need to take the bull by the horns.
Well, you might mention that.
I will tell you this. I will tell you this though. I know Sherry Burgess. I've known her for a long time. Almost as long as Bubba. So I want you to think about this. She is the type of person that when she gets into prep, she walls herself off from the world.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So she doesn't have her phone.
That's why I asked
Trust me, Sherry does not keep her phone near her.
Right.
Okay, I know that because
you're like the one day that she does have it on her when all her friends are texting.
Oh, yeah, sure.
Going, how about that?
Right, and she's definitely not listening to the show. I know that.
Right.
Okay,
well,
so
we recommend they don't.
Right, yeah, and so I would like to present it to her myself, everyone. But
here's what I would do if I were you.
Mm-hmm.
I would, and I mean quick, like within the next 30 or 40 minutes, send her a text and say, hey, look, we need to talk about something in regards to an event coming up, but I don't want you to worry about that at all until you get your final. Tomorrow, when that's finished and complete, it will be the appropriate time. No rush. I just want to get it out there while it's on my mind. I would stay in that vein.
Let me tell you where I'm very thankful. Because this would be, she would never know about it if she wasn't in it. Okay? I would just simply cancel this out like it never happened, and then I would have drove around today and tore down every banner I could find. Okay,
Make it go away.
You're gonna put some miles in.
I was gonna say you're going to stop at that C-store and get
Hey,
gas.
Rick, a lot of mailboxes you
and
have to rip open.
let me tell you why. Because then it will be, we had this vacation planned, and you had a speaking engagement in here that you whatever
You
it would be on me.
Yeah.
The fact
good
we're
point.
both involved gives me a little bit of protection.
There it
Okay,
is.
a little bit of protection.
There it is.
Now, if it was just me, she would never know about it. Okay, I mean, but the and I wouldn't even, there wouldn't be any of this. Hey, we might want to delay leaving today. I got to go do this. If it was tied to Man Church right now, it would be over. I mean, I'd be like, man, hey guys, we just got to we just got to redo that another time. I'm so sorry.
If this was reversed, I would be thinking, wow, this is going to cost me a sectional.
Right. Yeah. See, that's exactly, you know what I mean? So I'm thinking to myself, it's bad that she's involved because she will now have to prepare, but she will prepare. That's not a problem. She got time.
Right.
But it's good that she's involved because it's not just me. You know what I mean? It's not something that I had going that I forgot about.
Yeah.
So there's a little bit of protection there.
Yeah. I got you.
And
And there is always the take a chance. Don't bring it up at all today. Let her get through her final and hope that she doesn't hear it from anyone else.
Mm-hmm.
And just say, look, I didn't want to bother you with it because I knew you had a final and it was an appropriate time for me to bring it up. I hate that they brought it up, but I was trying to protect you from it. It's not a big deal. It's just I wanted you to get through.
The hoping that a wife doesn't hear about it's not really an effective.
No, there's been
it's not. Well, that wasn't, Bubba. That wasn't my first option.
I know.
Okay.
I think there's too much.
I agree with you.
I think there's too much talk on the air. She does have to get a text in this next break.
Yeah.
Okay.
I agree with that.
It's just too much going. There's a
Rick,
big.
you may just just a minor problem.
Yeah,
no big deal, but you'll probably hear about it. It was kind of a bit on the show today, huh?
You ain't gonna believe this.
Look.
I got a knee slapper here.
Need to know what time that brunch is. What time does it say on the website?
I don't know, but I can tell you.
Rick, you can look at
it's
any
a
of
paid
my
event. I know that.
I got about 75 emails with pictures of banners on it.
Oh no, I got that. Yeah.
I think it's around noonish.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Speaking for now, wives are saying, do not keep this from her.
Yeah, I agree. I agree with that.
Okay, all right. So I'm not okay. I'm not saying that.
That ain't what I meant. Sounded like it. But ain't what
we're just running through scenarios.
Yeah.
That's all we're doing.
Ryan Greenwood making a joke. He's loved it. It's a big day for Ryan.
Yeah, he loves stuff like this.
Rick.
You hear me?
Yeah.
The fact that there are posters out there.
Yeah.
The fact that Speedy's been in a handle this morning, and now this. I mean, this Ryan may not report for work.
Listen, I'm gonna sit. Hey, Adler, I'm sending this to you because it's too good, and Ryan's gonna get huge props on this. I'm gonna send this to you via text right now. This picture. And I want you to put it up on the board, and when you get it, because it is hilarious. And he's asking the question: is this something else you forgot to tell us, and something else you forgot about? Because he said he's riding through Atlanta right now, and he just saw this billboard. Let me tell you something: it is gold. And he's used Photoshop to create a billboard in Atlanta.
So he put a lot of effort into it.
Oh, it's really good.
Rick, the brunch is at 10 a.m.
Okay, look right here, Bubba. He said, "Rick, you forget to tell us something." Mr. Lucky Live, April 28th
so good.
at the Amphitheater. Look, it's good. If I was in y'all's position, I'd be doing the same thing. I'd be doing the same thing.
Yeah, Ryan, this is a banner day for him.
What a great day for Ryan.
Yeah.
So
I mean, he's had a lot of not so good days, but this has got to be a good
Here's
one.
where we are. Sherry at the brunch. Somebody's already said, there's women already booked for being there for that.
Yes.
And I think it's sold out. So that doesn't really affect anything because she could go, other than her having to prepare. She goes and does that. Then we head on to where we're going. That on night, me speaking on Sunday is the problem.
And here's the thing: if you can't do it, here's what's funny. Here's what takes it to the next level. There's probably 3 or 4 men that are going to get a text from you today.
Mm-hmm. Big day for them.
Yeah, I know. See, they have no idea what's coming either.
You ever try to book somebody on Mother's Day to go speak?
But that's easy.
Because, see, most people that could go do it, they do a lot of speaking, too. Let me tell you when they don't go. It's on Mother's Day.
Exactly.
Yeah. Well, see, last year we were going to plan on this is what we're going to do, and it was
Yeah.
going to be great, and it was whatever. Pandemic. In the future, never assume. I'll always say, I'm not hearing Rick mention this a lot, so I don't see it on the website.
If
So
it's
I'm
not,
going to look into it.
If it's not at rickandbubba.com, then we don't know about it.
Right.
Because if you notice, I mean, you can look out there.
Yeah.
We've got events already out there for 2022.
Yeah.
Folks, we've got pictures of the banner.
No, we
You're
got
not
the
to see
banner.
anymore.
No, incredible.
We're good.
Now
It's a great montage, and thank every one of you that took time to do that.
Yeah.
Apparently, about 150 of you.
Well, I'd like the Revival Center. We're going to use them on how you prepare for an event.
Absolutely.
Yep. Yeah. Other than checking websites. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
gravy, please. Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
10 minutes to the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number. Thank you for being with us today. Much to discuss. I heard Greg talking about this one. Guys, can we once and for all try to gather around Max Kellerman of ESPN and say, Max,
read the whole sign. You see the other people appearing.
That's so good.
Y'all.
That's
can I
good.
say
Y'all
our
are
audience
so
is so
funny.
creative?
Yeah, so funny. Got an email from Premier Speakers now. There's a fire been lit. So ESPN, can we somehow like all come together and get a proclamation or something, and tell Max Kellerman on ESPN, you don't have to hate yourself for being white.
I know. I mean, he takes it to a new level every time.
Max, I don't know if deep down you are racist, so that's why you overcompensate.
Yeah.
Maybe you've got some sort of racist guilt. I don't know what it is. Maybe this propaganda out there that if you are white, you have to just go ahead and accept that you're evil just because of your whiteness, and he's trying to do what he can to cure himself of that. But Max Kellerman is obsessed with race, and is obsessed with trying to always act like that he's the white guy that thinks that black people aren't being treated right, and it comes across as like comical. I mean,
and look, nothing's
cartoonish.
perfect, but I think I got to feel like, because to me, athletics did more for race relations than anything. It brought a lot of people together. I think, and nothing's perfect, but if you look at college, pro, I don't see racism as far as who gets to participate. Do y'all?
Yeah, and
no one's banned. If you can get the job done and you'll get paid, I don't know if you know it, Mahomes is the highest paid player in the history of team sports, right?
Yeah, history.
So Kellerman is at it again. He's got his own show now too on their radio, right? He's on the radio. Gosh, can you imagine what it's like to listen to that? Says that when you look at the list, and he's not exactly correct. I'm pretty sure that Justin Fields is black. I don't know.
Well, he uses that example because Fields, he claims his stock is dropping.
Yeah,
but it has nothing to do with him being black. He also came out, he's got epilepsy. And not that's, I mean, he's managed it well his whole life. And I don't know if he's really dropped that far anyway, but according to Kellerman.
Well, he acknowledged that to all the owners when all this was going on. I mean, it isn't like he hid it and somebody found out. I mean, you couldn't hide that. It was going to come out in the medical
now Trey
exams
Lance,
anyway.
Yeah, Trey Lance plays in the FCS program, who I didn't realize he didn't even get to play last year because of COVID. He's only played 19 games in his whole career, but yet he's considered one of the top players because of his ability. Nobody cares what color
I'm not
he is.
obsessed with ethnicity like Max Kellerman is, but isn't he a person of color?
Yeah.
What is Max talking about?
But again, I don't know, because it gets crap like this. He gets headlines. Let me ask you this, though, since we're worried about we only care about certain things when it comes to diversity in sports, because there is no diversity in sports. There's really not. The best play, and I'll be honest with you, it ain't that diverse. But I don't have a problem with it. But why aren't we mad about kickers? Why we don't care that there's no black kickers. And are there any? I don't think there are. Reggie Roby is the only one I remember in my life. But why don't we care? What does that matter? So
I can think
everybody that kicks is white. We're good with it.
I can think of one punter that's played in modern time that was black, and I can't remember his name, but remember because
Roby with the Dolphins.
Reggie Roby.
But I'm talking. Remember he did the dance you were talking about after he made the.
Oh yeah, that
the
was
Raiders guy.
Yes,
yeah, from the Raiders.
But that's my point, though. Again, if you really want to say, well, here's a position that's not very diverse. That one's not very diverse. I don't know if y'all checked out defensive, especially like skill positions. They're not very diverse.
So here comes Max.
I don't have a problem with that. I say the best play, whatever.
I got to be honest with you guys. I know this may have been an issue in the past,
and it was.
Modern day, I honestly have never been around any coaching staff that does not want at all 11 positions the best player they can put out there.
They don't care what color they are.
And I will go this far. I know for a fact that most of the people we can do this thing like people don't do this. I have sat there in the stands myself and heard people say the following statement about a team they were about to play. I feel pretty good about this tonight, guys. Why? See a lot of white legs over there.
Exactly.
Yeah. And if they see a lot of white players on the other team, they think they're going to win.
Exactly.
That's kind of, you know what? And that's not a bad thought.
No.
My point is that the results are there to look at, and if a certain group tend to excel, so be it. The best play, but we don't care about diversity unless it's like quarterback. Again, the kickers are not diverse at all, but nobody said a word about that because nobody really cares.
Well, Max Kellerman says, as you know what's going to happen, he says, the point is this, what I'm saying, there's a correlation that can be made, is that your status falls, white quarterbacks don't seem to fall at the same rate. I noticed 1, 2, 3 this year, and you know what I noticed? The 1, 2, 3, white guy, white guy, white guy.
Okay, so Trevor Lawrence, who everybody agrees was probably the best prospect coming out. I mean, nobody thinks anybody's better than him, and we don't know how he's going to pan out. But just
nobody
what you know
does.
now,
Nobody knows.
It has nothing to do with his race.
What is Mac's obsession with this? And I'll tell you what it is. It's not sincere. He is pandering.
Yeah,
he's pandering
because he does it all the time,
which is disrespectful. Max Kellerman thinks he needs to stand up for black quarterbacks. And that ought to say something about Max.
Yeah.
What are you talking about? Some of the elite quarterbacks in the league are black. What are you talking about? I mean, this you think there's no one out there says, I tell you what, I hope I don't get him. I don't. What's you said his name? The highest paid one, McMahon. Well, he says
Mahomes.
Oh, I hope we don't get him Mahomes. Gosh,
he even used Mahomes because this is just called bad drafting. Like Trubisky was taken ahead of Mahomes. That's just bad evaluation of players. I'll be honest with you, I didn't know who Patrick Mahomes was before he became NFL, and he's unbelievable.
Well, what about Tom Brady? Didn't nobody think Tom Brady was any good, and he proved to be elite. Not because he was white, because he's good. And Mahomes proved to be elite because he's good.
And a lot of these coaches, I mean, you don't know how their offense is set up. Of course, obviously, they will tailor their offense to what they have. But if you have somebody who's more mobile, you may want a more mobile quarterback, or you may be good with a drop back guy that manages everything.
It fits with what you do. Yeah. But the point is, I don't think as owners, coaches, people who their living is based on having a successful team, they don't care what color their quarterback is.
Not modern.
Not modern. There was a time.
There was a time.
I'm gonna tell you something right now.
Max Kellerman's living in the past.
If Lamar Jackson was lily white, I'd have him today. And Dak Prescott. Kyler Murray.
And look,
we're acting as if none of these guys are around. Cam Newton.
And look the other way. Haskins, he was a flop. Has nothing to do with his race.
Exactly. Nothing
to do with his race. There's some quarterbacks pan out.
Teddy
when
Bridgewater.
They get some don't. I mean, that's just.
I think we're
Tyrod Taylor.
Let me tell you what the Max Kellermans of the world do, and it doesn't help anything. What they do, I think, is the opposite. I think that there's a society that lets black quarterbacks and black coaches be unsuccessful longer than white because they don't want to be called racist.
Yeah. No, you're right.
And it makes the players who are elite, who happen to be people of color.
Yeah, I don't.
What are you saying that I need Max Kellerman for me to get this job? So once again, I need white people to fix things so I can be an elite quarterback. No, I am an elite quarterback. I didn't need your help.
This would be like us going, in the past, most offensive linemen were white. Now I'm starting to see a lot of black offensive linemen. I mean, that's not fair. That was our position. There's the best play.
Exactly.
And if it's not diverse, then so what? Who cares?
Guys, I'm sorry, but I mean, we can look at the NBA. And I want the best guys out there.
That's right.
I don't want the NBA. If the NBA best product is the way it looks now, then I don't want to watch anything else. I want the best product.
Yeah.
That's why I like basketball.
Yeah. And
it's a pretty good product.
If you're white in the NBA, you're from Europe. I mean, so
exactly.
But we don't care.
But I don't care about that.
Who cares?
If it weren't for some reason you're wearing a mullet.
Yeah.
Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba.
7 minutes past the hour. Much to do going forward. We hope that you'll join us. We'll get to your phone calls at 866-WE-BE-BIG. Adler, find the Mississippi Brawl for me. We're going to talk Mississippi Brawl as we come back this hour. The gang's all here. We thank you for being here. Welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussy. Hey, Bubby.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for joining us.
Look, let me tell you something. You've gone one above me. I mean, that is. Ooh, I didn't see that coming. You know, when something's a
surprise. I was running late today.
How about this? When something's a surprise, it means you want to. No, Bubba and I got a little inside joke going, and it's a good one. I'm not sure we want to start that confusion, but it's a good one.
But what I was telling you, it's so far this year it's kind of sort of normalish. Hadn't been. But this is usually when things get slammed into high gear the week before the Regions Pro-Am.
Yep.
Because now we're dealing with shows on the road, we're dealing with equipment, we're dealing with me not being able to play golf. And so we're really ramping up right now. And I've had some other things going on, away from the show I'm trying to get done.
Yes.
And, there's things the show is involved in we're trying to get done. So, but I had kind of got used to the COVID world where you came to work, you didn't go get anything, you didn't stop anywhere, you went home, you stayed inside, and I'm having a little problem adjusting, getting back to wide open again. I can't. It's like I can't work through the gears. I'm hung in second.
Well,
you know what I mean?
No, because we went in the COVID shutdown, which has led to like we're laughing about some of the problems even today. I mean, you went from there's nothing to do. Nothing.
Well, you couldn't. You couldn't go out to eat. You couldn't have meetings with people. I mean, you call people on the phone. You did a few Zoom things, but for the most part, you were kind of a homebody. Yeah. I mean, you didn't go out and get things done. No. And now I went to the big box stores and because I knew there was no danger of catching COVID there because everybody was there.
Right. Yeah.
But it's just we were talking about this. Betty and I were talking about it the other day. It's just. Wow, the pace has picked up dramatically. It's like somebody dropped the green flag. We're not on the caution lap anymore.
Yeah, and I remember making the joke of Sherry saying, "I miss missing you." You know what I mean? But now she's got to miss me a lot. So anyway, but we there's a story that we have video of it today, and this is the Mississippi diners have to take cover now. Where was Adler in all this, where he could stand up and scream, "This is a family restaurant"? Right. I don't know. But these diners in Mississippi get involved.
He's done it before.
They get involved in a brawl, and we've got footage. They get so out of hand, people start throwing chairs, and they tear apart a restaurant. And here, should I stay away from audio?
Yeah,
it's just it's just.
I want y'all to look at this. I want you to picture being in this restaurant right now.
Watch this guy you're going to see from the left come in here with his eyes wide open. He's like, wow. Right there. He's getting out of there.
Y'all
he carried his plate with him.
Right.
Don't take your eyes off the guy that's in the muscle shirt, whatever you call him.
Yeah, right.
Just don't take, because watch this chair.
Oh, wow.
Now look at that kid right there beside him.
Why are they throwing chairs? I mean,
it's pandemonium, right?
Yeah, look, that guy must have got hit pretty good.
He got hit in the head.
Now he's throwing stuff. Yeah. But they all throwing.
Guys, can somebody explain to me why there's a Jeep in the back of the store? Please look. There's a car in there.
Yeah.
Well, why not? It's some kind of themed restaurant of some kind. There's like a Jeep over there.
Now let me ask you, what possibly could have gone wrong in the restaurant for this kind of melee to break out?
It's Jackson, Mississippi. Mm-hmm. We see the children, people trying to be protected. This is Juicy Seafood Kicking Crab.
Mm-hmm.
At the Juicy Seafood Kicking Crab is what it's called.
But Rick, what in the world would bring this kind of response from two sides battling it out?
It does not say. The restaurant gave the police the video they had and car license plates in the parking lot. No one's saying what started the fight in this story. Mm-hmm. Of course, you know that we deal with this every day on the show. Journalism is dead.
Yeah.
But it says the law enforcement there are saying if citizens out there recognize anybody in this video we're all watching right now, please call the police and let us know so we can track them down and hold them accountable. Well, this is actually a councilwoman that says this on behalf of the police.
You got that mayhem, and then they were able to get away.
How?
And leave, and then they just left the place torn apart.
Guys, I want y'all to look at the napkin holders being thrown, the salt shakers being thrown, the chairs being. How dangerous is the situation?
You need a little bit of audio. It's just mania, man.
We're slinging stuff everywhere.
Y'all.
We got shit. Oh, here comes. Oh, look at this one. We just coming in, hitting everybody, and one's fighting with the mask on, as you said. We sliding everywhere. We're on napkins.
Greg, T-shirt. Oh, got a kick. Look at T-shirts. They don't seem that.
They don't seem to be able to fight.
See who's
I don't know
who.
what's going on there?
Oh, I got you.
Are those possibly transgender men?
Possibly.
I mean, because the way they're punching did not look very.
Well, they're
hanging out with the girls.
Look, they're tired now. And now they just get away. They just run to the cars and leave. Look at that place.
Listen to that.
Man.
So they tear the place up and then leave.
Yeah.
Wow.
So that's my business, and I got to deal with that.
Did you see the two of her the way they were punching?
Oh, yeah.
That was,
yeah. My favorite
the
is
women
the way
look more dangerous.
one of the guys, when he comes running in, full sprint, and it hits a lady. I mean, full sprint in the beginning. Let's see here. Hold on. Okay, we got hit in the here. Watch it. Here comes it. Watch the lady in the green.
All right,
now here she comes. He's going to come flying from the entrance. It looks like. Hang with it.
Now who's he going to hit?
Here we go. Watch this. Here it comes.
Oh my goodness, he is. He may be.
But then he gets in a bind over here.
Yeah, because now we're trying. Now they're squaring
up. I don't know what
them
two are doing.
I don't know what that is.
It more looks like a dance than anything.
Yeah, that's. Here comes another chair though. Don't you worry about that.
I love how we're sliding on napkins too that are on the floor.
Yes.
Look, now he throws a chair in green dress.
If you throw a napkin holder that's full of napkins, you'll have the snowing napkins at one time.
It will. You're right.
Be careful if you wear a halter top during all this.
Yeah.
Ooh. That didn't go well.
No, that's not going to be
good. Apparently. Black dress and green dress are at the heart of this,
right?
And they seem to be the ones that started the melee. Mm-hmm. And then everybody kind of took teams whether I'm green dress or black dress,
right?
And here we go. So see, green dress is throwing that at black dress. See, black dress is she's now throwing the napkin holder.
It just escalates. You go salt shaker, napkin holder, chair.
See, here comes team black dress. Now they're fighting team green dress.
Yeah, with a mask on. Please don't lose.
Not sure what Red Shoes is doing.
I mean, there's little kids in the middle of this.
Yeah, there are little kids. Green dress is down.
Mm-hmm. Green dress is down now. Chair.
Oh, wait a minute. Black dress is on top of green dress. They're on the floor.
I've missed that.
Yeah, they went on the floor. Now we got to put all that back up.
Oh my gosh!
Yeah.
Wait a minute.
I just saw somebody without a dress on at all.
Yeah, that
got her dress ripped off. I just saw that. That's the first time I've noticed it.
It's green dress.
I didn't.
Black dress went all the way.
Green dress.
She
she
came
did.
running up.
Came all the way up.
It's actually run up.
There's all kinds of things going on.
Oh my!
There's all kinds of problems.
If I could have somebody get in that Jeep and drive around.
Adler, where were you when they needed you? This is a family restaurant.
Yeah. And what was the name of it? What was that name?
The Juicy something.
Yeah.
Shrimp, crab, something seafood, wasn't it?
Let's see. It's in. I
Here it
get
is.
you.
I got it right here, Bubba. Listen to this name. It was the Juicy Seafood Kicking Crab.
All right.
They were kicking, all right.
Yeah, they were.
What if they have popcorn shrimp there?
They did. It's on the floor.
Your phone calls are coming up. 15 minutes past the hour. We go phone trolling next. Whatever you want to talk about, and there's plenty from today's show. 866-WE-BE-BIG. All lines are available. More of the Rick and Bubba Show coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
21 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba Show, 30 seconds a pop. Largest number of people in the shortest amount of time. Let's go. Come on. I said, Erica 212. This is Mr. Rhythm and Blues. Somebody hit this.
Put me on hold.
I said at least the cat was cold, he said. All right, so lines are filling up. You need to move. So let's go to Lossy. Is that what it says? Lossy? Lossy? Out of the great state of Florida. Lossy, you got 30 seconds. Welcome to the program.
Thank you for having me on. I didn't really call to get on the radio. I just wanted to know if y'all had heard of that Antifa gets frying pan video. I thought y'all'd get a big kick out of it.
Antifa gets frying pan, Greg? Can you tell us? I don't know what it is.
They're trying to big protest, and there's some guy there that I guess they're protesting against, and he's got an iron skillet. He turned around and just nails two of them, knocks them. It's pretty funny.
Really?
They're all attacking him. All of a sudden, he just cold cocks them with an iron skillet.
Can I tell you, an iron skillet is a good. Here it is. All right. So which one is he?
The ones in the pink get hit.
All right. So
here's the guy with a cigarette in his mouth.
Antifa.
Wham!
Oh my goodness.
Oh wow, he broke. I think
he got one, and he hits two of them.
Yeah.
He gets one, and
look,
that guy's still down.
That guy is down. I'm talking about down. So
I'm burning one at this.
So
point.
is Smoker the frying pan guy?
He's the guy.
All right. So that's him. Okay. All right, so
watch him early here. Keep an eye on pink.
All right, so the Antifa's after him.
There comes cigarette.
Bam! Oh my gosh!
yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Look, they're hurt.
That's a broken nose right there.
Yeah.
I mean, that
might have been missing some teeth too.
Oh my goodness! Yeah, hey, let me tell you something. He hit with but I only see him hit
right
one
here.
though.
Boom, that one, and that.
Oh, yeah, it's a double.
Okay, dude, we can go back.
Look, there's both of them laying on the ground.
They're both on the ground. Look a little bit at them.
Do you think they're as excited about the protest?
Now they feel stupid with that pink thing on their head.
I like how he calmly is smoking a cigarette while he does it.
Yeah.
All right, so here he goes. So bam! Oh, bam! Oh, that's good.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
Look, they're hurt too.
Greg, getting hit with a frying pan.
Look, one of them crawls up under the curtain. Look,
hey, I'm out.
Watch. Please watch. One of them gets hit, crawls up under the little divider.
Yeah, I saw that. So this guy by side of the head, face.
Bam!
Oh my gosh!
I got to get out of here, man.
Look,
I'm hurt.
I'm
hurt. Get me out of here. Get me out of here.
You know what?
Look at big large in that pink.
Let me tell you this: if you don't want to get hit with a frying pan, you probably shouldn't harass people and go after them.
I love the fact that he said, "I tell you what, I'm gonna put a frying pan in my back."
Yeah. How about this? They may be trouble.
He's still smoking a cigarette during all of it. Even the guy tackled him after that.
Look, he's punching one on the ground too. I love it.
Look, Speedy, you're so right. So I'm packing my gear to go. I tell you what, I may need that frying pan, and it ain't for frying.
Bam, bam. Let me tell you, he really gets a lot of strength behind the pan too.
He does.
He's hitting with his legs.
The first one
he's hitting with his legs.
The first one he kind of caught in the side of the head. The second one was dead on.
Oh my gosh!
I mean, it was a big old kiss.
Mm-hmm.
Bam! Inside that.
Bam!
Boom.
Oh, that is fantastic.
How about you don't see that coming?
Yeah.
Whoa.
Yeah, and if you don't want that, then
do you think the thing was that he didn't want to be caught with a weapon on him, so he put a pan in his backpack?
You know what?
There's no law against frying pans.
It looks to me like he practiced.
Greg, everybody back. I've got a pan and I know how to use it.
I've got this frying pan through the security.
I've got it. And I know how to use it. To Alan in Homewood. Alan, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. Go ahead.
Hey guys, I don't know if you guys cover this or notice this, but if Kaitlin Jenner wins, it'll actually be California's first female governor.
Yeah, that's true.
Well, I don't know about that.
From the same people that tell us to follow the signs.
Right.
We'll actually say that. You know what they said though? They can tell that it's the change is taking place. Have you heard about it? Said that can't even make her mind up anymore. Let's go to.
It just hit me that I don't have a good frying pan in my back.
John in Jackson, Mississippi.
Bad one.
John, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. Go ahead.
Good morning, Phyllis Green Acres.
Thank you for the call.
Hey! I contacted Premier, and I scheduled this, but I don't see it on your calendar. I got the grand reopening of the Kicking Crab, and I want to make sure you're going to be there.
Well, actually, Bubba and I are doing a remote from that. He's got to get a COVID test first.
All right. See you guys.
Thank you, buddy. Thank you. Oh, that's good.
All right, getting some email here. It looks like it might be a helmet, not a frying pan. Does
Really?
that help any?
What
did
I
y'all
saw
see?
The highlight said frying pan.
Okay.
I don't know.
All
Man.
right.
Well, it looked like a frying pan.
It did. It did to me too.
Yeah.
It did to me too.
I just saw
Why is he
they
wearing
sent
a
me the
frying
video, it
pan
said
for a
frying
helmet?
pan.
Yeah. Okay.
Whatever he's got, he's not afraid.
Yeah, no, he's not.
And it does damage.
He's going to look funny riding around on a motorcycle with a frying pan.
Sure.
On his head.
Yeah.
Tom in Alabama. Tom, go ahead. 30 seconds.
Hello.
Hey, Tom, you're on. Go ahead.
Hey, Green Acres.
Thanks, buddy.
Hey, about this whole gas shortage thing this summer, do you think it has something to do with the Democrats being in office?
Well, there's more demand during the summer, especially like Bubba said, now that we don't have a pandemic summer. The new administration has decided, no pipelines. Are we drilling? What we doing?
Well, they're cutting back on all that, which is going to cut back on supply, which people know is going to create a supply shortage, so they start charging more for what they got.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's just, if you've run a lemonade stand, you understand what's happening, and Biden is doing everything that's going to run our energy cost up because the extreme left wing of his party loves it because they don't want people to drive cars because they are driving them to get to the meeting to tell people not to drive cars.
And by the way, remember when the cost goes up, when utilities go up and energy cost goes up, it affects every single human being.
Yeah. When transportation cost goes up, it affects everything from Lincoln Logs to milk. Okay,
That's right.
Everything gets it.
Lincoln Logs to milk?
I've
never heard that being used as one extreme or another.
Watch it catch on, pal.
Yeah,
Just watch
I
it.
like that.
I like a good Lincoln Log.
Matter of fact, I saw it on the banner down in Chelsea. Rick in Huntsville, 100.3 The River. Go ahead.
Well, top of the morning to you guys.
Hey, how about you too, buddy?
I got the perfect campaign slogan for Kaitlin Jenner.
Oh, boy.
It's time for a change.
Okay, that's good. That is good.
That's
Okay.
good.
We all had our hands on the dump button there.
Yep.
YouTube, they were excited and ready.
Look at these.
Let's go to.
It's not that.
That'd be a good campaign.
Oh my goodness!
Thank you, Greg.
Thank you, buddy.
I'm just trying to help.
Stan in
Hey,
Kentucky.
Greg, he's going back to corporate, Greg.
He is.
Hey, Stan's typing over there.
I'm about to go over. Hey, Stan.
Morning, guys. It's Sam. Hey, Joe Biden wearing sunglasses at press conference. Never seen the president do that. And listen to the audio of that video. It's a frying pan. Y'all have a great day.
Okay.
So you can hear it go.
Okay, it is a frying.
Oh,
A lot of
that's
people try
good.
to ruin stuff. Say
Frying
it's
pan made it better for me. I'm glad it is.
He makes a good point. I don't remember seeing a president speaking with sunglasses on.
Well, nobody
at
was
a
as cool
podium.
as Joe.
I don't. You really? I'm trying to think if I've seen him wear sunglasses before. Trump may have on the golf course.
Well,
Yeah, but I'm talking about-
it's back when he was a lifeguard. He started.
But coming to the presidential seal and
Even
standing behind the
corn pop.
podium.
I don't
and
remember. It.
sunglasses?
Maybe I'm wrong.
Could be wrong.
I like to wear the glasses, Bubba. I like it.
The reason why I think that I know why they do
hairy
it.
legs.
I said, gosh, that was it. He said just like that. I said that earlier. They do that so we can't see the confusion in his eyes.
That's true.
It makes
Definitely
us,
true.
makes us feel better. We looked at it, we go, yeah, okay. He kind of has that
Kind of
together.
in control.
He looks good. Benji, Alexandria, Virginia.
What day it is?
Benji, go ahead.
Hey, Biggins. Good morning. How's it going?
Hey, Benji.
Great.
Good there, Bench.
Hey, can we talk about this issue with the race and equality in the NFL? I'm tired of slow white guys being called possession receivers. Can we just take that out?
Yeah, we all know what
be a
that.
receiver.
We all know what that means.
Yeah.
Let me tell you about this quarterback. He's very athletic, black guy.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Pocket pass.
He's a great
Possession receiver, white guy.
white guy,
Good hands.
pocket passer, white QB.
Over the top.
Speed merchant, white guy.
Defensive player in general.
I tell you now, this running back shifty, black guy.
Safety.
Let me tell you now, he runs hard. Fullback. We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba. Thanks for being with us. All right, so let's say that you are rolling around out there right now. You're in your automobile. You just saw a banner with my picture on it. And you're thinking to yourself, my automobile has no more warranty. If something were to happen, if I were to break down next to the next banner, only a few miles away, what would happen? I mean, what would be the issue? And
say you forgot to get your oil changed.
Right. Or maybe
the car went to
right. Sure, maybe something happened. The good news is, if you were under the car shield, that warranty running out would mean nothing. You'd be fine, because Car Shield would have your automobile covered, and guess what will be coming to help you? Your 24/7 roadside assistance that comes with your protection plan. Guess what else? The rental car you need now that your car is broken down will also be provided at no extra charge. Guess what else? If it's a covered repair in your protection plan, you will then have the ASE certified mechanic that you pick, the one you prefer, will fix the automobile, and they'll pay that mechanic directly. Why would someone ride around unprotected?
Rick, I don't know.
So why don't you get this coverage right now? And there's all sorts of plans. They're not expensive. And with the promo code Bubba, you're going to save yourself an additional 10%. Go to carshield.com. That's carshield.com. Or you can call 1-800-665-2157 and then use the promo code Bubba there. And they'll also give you that 10% discount. The link can be found also at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. Well, we lost the caller. There was a guy calling about his wife being scammed on this Amazon thing that they tried to scam me on the other day, and he said, unfortunately, I think they got her. So if you're out there, you can call us back. But let's talk a little bit about these other stories we had. Now, I'm just going to hit these passing by, then we'll get to James Carville here. Just passing by a thought. We know that John Kerry is being accused, really, of treason, of giving secrets to Iran concerning our relationship with our ally, Israel. Okay? Yep. Really big deal. And he is being accused of it. And I'm not saying he's guilty of it, but he is being accused of it. And here's how now ask the question, how many times is this John Kerry controversy, was it mentioned on ABC, CBS, NBC, and MSNBC? Zero.
Really? Not one time?
No mention. So now I want you to think about this. Did we remember how wall-to-wall coverage of an allegation of Trump being in bed with the Russians?
Oh, yeah. It was unbelievable.
With the Russian thing, dossier
collusion, which was completely proven.
Phone calls.
On and on. The beat didn't stop to the break of dawn.
It didn't.
So John Kerry, and I'm willing to say, is being accused of it. The allegation is there, just like the allegation was against Trump.
You're not saying he's guilty of it.
We're not covering the fact that we think that the presidential envoy for climate, why do we even have one of those? John Kerry, who served he's been serving in Democratic administrations, good gracious, and he's been alleged to have shared Israeli intel with Iran, and we don't get any coverage of that on ABC, CBS, NBC, or MSNBC? None. So that tells you all you need to know.
Yep.
So now we have the James Carville story. So tell me what's going on with one of our favorites.
And if people don't remember, James Carville was one of the architects, if not the main architect, behind Bill Clinton's rise to the White House and his 2 terms there. Remember, he's the one that came up with the 1992 presidential campaign slogan, "It's the economy, stupid."
Correct.
Okay? Very straightforward, good old Louisiana man, and, he speaks with his Louisiana accent.
It looks like a lizard.
He is quite a character. Rick, he is now warning the Democrats to stop tweeting about abolishing the police and start talking like normal people. That's his advice to the Democrats.
James Carville is telling the Democratic Party to start talking like normal people. He says this wokeness is all a mistake.
Yes, he was on a podcast called Vox.com, and he said wokeness is the problem that could cost Democrats the future elections, he said. He said even though Democrats retook the presidency and the Senate, they did so only by a very narrow margin. And they beat a world historical buffoon, he said of Donald Trump. They also lost congressional seats and failed to pick up state legislatures. The reason is simple. They've got a messaging problem. Carville said there's too much faculty lounge politics among the Democratic Party. And he goes on to make examples of some of those I won't go into.
Yeah, he threw out a couple of phrases. He said, you can deal with it, but this too cool for school stuff just doesn't work.
But he used another word
yes,
for stuff.
He did.
He used
several. He used several words.
Yes.
And he thinks the abolish the police is just the most.
One of James Carville's best moments to me was when he made a cameo in the movie Old School. Do you remember that? Where he is debating against Will Ferrell when they're trying to prove their worthiness to stay and be a fraternity at the school.
You know what? I forgot about that.
Oh, it's good. That's good stuff.
Now,
Carville, you remember he was famous too for the year that the Republicans took back the House and the Senate. He was co-hosting on CNN. He put the garbage can over his head, talking about it was a total loss.
Oh, yeah. That was hilarious. Speaking of wokeness, now, I thought the left, they liked Joe Rogan. They don't know what to do with Joe Rogan, do they?
They don't.
Joe's kind of, he can be controversial to both sides.
To both sides. So he offends equally.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Well, he's really upset, the left right now, because he actually said, his podcast is the most downloaded and listened to podcast we have right now on podcast.
Yeah, he's got like 100 million listeners to that thing.
Spotify wrote him a huge check.
Yeah, it was 100 million, wasn't it?
So now Spotify is being, there's the cancel culture is after them to cancel Joe because of this comment that he made on his podcast.
And people say, do you think it's safe to get vaccinated? I've said, yeah, I think for the most part it's safe to get vaccinated. I do. But if you're like 21 years old and you say to me, should I get vaccinated? I go, no. Yeah. Are you healthy? Are you a healthy person? Like, look, don't do anything stupid, but you should take care of yourself. You should, if you're a healthy person and you're exercising all the time and you're young and you're eating well, and like, I don't think you need to worry about this.
Yeah, I tend to agree with you.
But so, is the other guy in trouble too?
Now, who was that?
Well, they went on, and there was a little bit of language a little bit later in it, but he goes into the fact that he has 2 kids, and they both tested positive. They're young. They're in good health. They didn't really have that much of an issue with it, even though he understands a lot of families have been impacted in a major way. So he really tries to just go, hey, look, I understand that y'all have got your deal. I've got mine. The people that are close to me and that ask me about it, I don't think that they need to. Well, because he said that, he's irresponsible for his platform. He should not be saying those things. People, you should be getting your medical advice from Joe Rogan, but he's just talking about how he personally feels about it.
He gave his opinion, and I think it's valid on a lot of levels.
Yeah.
But now, who was the guy he was talking to?
I'm not sure who.
Sometimes he has a guest. I'm not sure if I got
I'm
like
not
a
sure who
co-host
that was.
or I don't know.
But here's what's interesting. The co-host, from anything that I can, he's talking to British rapper Zuby.
Okay. Right.
Oh, that's who I thought that was.
Dadgummit, I didn't know that.
Right, yeah.
Zuby.
Y'all know Zuby.
Yeah, I got
What's
his
your
new
name?
album
Zuby.
just dropped. I got it. Yeah, it was great.
I thought it looked like Zuby. I wasn't sure.
Yeah, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe that's Zuby comment.
Zuby
on him.
Dooby.
I'm saying, wait a minute, it's Zuby comment on him. So it's not Zuby.
Dadgummit, Rick.
That's some of the tweets in there.
Look, you got Greg sneezing.
I know.
Sorry, guys.
That's fine.
I turned away.
You feel better?
So it wasn't Zuby. These are the people dogging him. Zuby's one.
Oh, hey, look, there's a lot of them.
And I don't know about you. I'll wake up every day worried about Zuby, how he feels about me.
What about Zuby Dooby?
Yeah.
Do y'all remember when Joe
Zuby
Rogan?
agrees with him, actually. Zuby, I follow Zuby on Twitter. Zuby agrees. He's cool.
Okay, buddy.
Okay, Adler, I did not know you would say that.
Do you remember when
Zuby.
Joe Rogan played the engineer on News Radio?
No.
And he had such a minor part, but he'd just show up every now and then. Very stereotypical engineering type stuff.
Mm-hmm.
He's figured this podcast thing out. Man, he is.
Boy,
really,
he did.
Woo.
And that was the key, because you got to monetize it, and he has.
All right, now, does he do the UFC?
Yes.
He's
now,
big into that.
was he
He's
doing,
even fought a little.
Was he doing the call, Adler,
He's a stand-up
on the
comic.
broke leg just the other night? Was he?
Yeah, he was on. He was at UFC 261.
Yeah, I thought
Saturday.
so. I thought also.
Yeah, they showed his expression, and the other guy, when all that happened, they were kind of drawn back.
And then what was the show he used to do where they ate gross stuff?
So off of Fear Factor. So Steven Crowder of Blaze TV,
who I like.
Yeah, he's very funny. He says this is what just a level-headed statement. He said there is nothing inaccurate or out of line or even remotely radical about Joe Rogan's comments.
No.
He goes on to say not just if you're 21, if you're healthy in 21, if you eat right, if you exercise, you take care of yourself, if you're a young, healthy person, he's saying, I just wouldn't get stressed about this at all.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Why? So if you think because really you're in the perfect situation, COVID is probably, it's on the remotest scale dangerous to you at all. So you're in that category that the unknownness, and it is unknown, by the way, and I'm not against the vax for people who are at high risk or people who would say, we always do this for flu shot. If he's saying if you're healthy and you're 21, why would you even worry about there being some issue long-term with this vaccine? Because COVID's not going to kill you anyway.
Yeah.
Why would you be worried about it?
What, it's 99%, 99.5% survivable?
Yeah. So
doesn't mean it hadn't been tragic to those that didn't make it, but you got to weigh your risk-reward factor with it.
And he's saying that category probably shouldn't be concerned about any long-term effects of a vaccine.
Right.
Now, some of us don't have a choice, so you take the one that is your best shot.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
9 minutes to the top of the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number. We thank you for being with us. Phone calls coming in to wrap up the hour. If you want to join us, you can at 866-WE-BE-BIG. There's room available. Harry Murdahl handling that. Well, guys, I know this is bad news hitting this on the way to the phones, and there are phones available if you want to get in right now. Gosh, 2 years in a row, too. Burning Man Festival canceled again.
Come on, man.
Burning Man Festival canceled again. The pagan worship of very things and all just the weirdness of Burning Man Festival due to the pandemic uncertainties. They do say now the 2022 festival, as of right now, is still on. But for those of you that were counting on Burning Man 2021, Adler, I know you're in the middle of a lot going on because you couldn't go this year. But Burning Man organizers had to announce this week that they will not do it in the Black Rock Desert. Now, I don't know where they have what uncertainties about COVID you have at Black Rock Desert.
Rick, let me ask you this. I would think if you were part of the Burning Man crowd, you really wouldn't be concerned with COVID because you're not worried about any other disease.
That's a good point. That's a good point.
I mean, I've never known the Burning Man crowd to be cautious about anything.
Or clean. Can't they social distance in a desert? So Burning Man canceled again.
You've seen those pictures when those storms come up and it's like a sandstorm. They're all out there.
Man. They're all got loincloths on.
Yeah.
And
Look, when they light that big idol, it's
just creepy.
Watch out. I keep waiting on Moses to show up and break the Ten Commandments.
Oh boy.
Matt in Birmingham,
probably very similar,
Alabama. Matt, welcome to the program. Go ahead.
Morning, fellas.
Hey, buddy.
Bubba, are you the black sheep of this pro-am or something? Because I swear to God, they named a couple of caddies on the freaking commercial, and I ain't heard your name nowhere.
What, caddies?
Yeah.
I mean, they named everybody involved except for you.
Come on.
You made mad.
Well, I mean, that's normal. We're used to that.
We've been overlooked. All everybody wants.
Well, they weren't sure he's going to take his test.
We're just glad we made the website.
He made the website. Yeah.
You know who we are, and I've said this before. We're the ugly guy with a fine wife or girlfriend. Y'all, the audience, are the beautiful woman. We, the host, are the ugly guy.
Yeah.
And what people want is if they could just get us there, then they get to be with you guys.
Yeah.
They want the influence that you guys have, and they know they have to make us part of something in order to get to you. And so without y'all, trust me, hey, folks, you want to see some people disappear from the landscape in a hurry.
Yeah.
If we ever end up with no audience, we'll be run out of town on a rail so fast. We've been run out of a town for even sometimes having an audience.
Yeah.
We're so difficult to get along with in the radio world.
Yeah, I know it.
By the way, I'll never forget that. The one in Mobile is the one that just blows my mind.
Pensacola's close second.
Yeah, Pensacola close second.
Rick, it's funny, we were just talking about this. I pulled up. Have you seen where Fauci has directly addressed Joe Rogan about this?
Are you kidding around?
No. He said he's saying that Joe Rogan, that young people don't need to get vaccinated as being selfish and ill-informed on the Today Show.
By the way, he didn't say that young people should be vaccinated.
See, this is what they do. He didn't that wasn't his statement.
Hey, thanks, Joe.
He put healthy. He put number of other things.
Fauci,
and then said you can do what you want to do.
Fauci was on the Today Show to criticize Joe Rogan.
Did he have two masks?
He said he's only worried about He said you're only worried about yourself.
Where does he get that from? He's not 21 and healthy. What is he talking about?
He was talking about his kids that were younger, but
Fauci had 3 masks on. I couldn't understand.
You couldn't hear
they had already gotten it and gotten through it, and he said that they were both affected differently, but neither one of them had a tough time with it.
Here
at all.
it is.
Well, that's incorrect, Savannah, and the reason why is that you're talking about yourself in a vacuum. Then you're worried about yourself getting infected and likelihood that you're not going to get any symptoms, but you can get infected and will get infected if you put yourself at risk. And even if you don't have any symptoms, you're propagating the outbreak because it is likely that you, even if you have no symptoms, that you may inadvertently and innocently then infect someone else who might infect someone who really could have a problem with a severe outcome.
Yeah. Well, here's what I don't get. They keep telling us, because we had a call today, that if you get the vaccine, they want you to get it because this is the way to stop it, but then they tell you to get it and nothing in your life changes, which I tell you is terrible marketing for the vaccine. But if people who are at risk are getting vaccinated, I think that's going to minimize the chance of someone who's not at risk giving it to them. Isn't that what the vaccine's for?
Yeah, you'd think.
Yeah.
That's what I thought.
Isn't that how that works?
Mm-hmm.
So, so couldn't he say the same thing in the reverse to people at high risk who refuse to get the vaccine but want everybody else to get it? Wouldn't that also, through Fauci's eyes, wouldn't you say, well, no, y'all protect me, I'm not going to protect myself? Well, if you're at high risk, that's probably your responsibility.
Mm-hmm.
And then you can't beg the rest of the world to live in your vacuum. Isn't that the same thing?
Yeah.
I noticed Fauci never talks about that.
No. And they're also taking
raise your hand.
out of context.
Raise your hand if the expiration date has hit on Fauci.
Rick. Everybody thought when Trump lost that maybe we were done with him, but he stayed.
He looked a little mad there too.
Well,
you know
what?
He'll whoop somebody now. Don't think he will.
Well, he ain't gonna whoop Joe Rogan.
No, he's not.
No, he better not mess with bald-headed Joe.
Joe Rogan could whip Fauci and still never just keep eating the sandwich.
Fauci is clinging to the spotlight of this like a cat on a fresh made bed.
That's so good.
Yeah, don't think Rick, he's a human. Don't think he don't love that spotlight.
Oh, Greg,
what are you talking about?
Angie in Columbus,
Speedy.
Mississippi. You talking about the high priest of health?
Yes, sir.
Angie,
I'm
go ahead.
a pretty big deal.
Listening to 96.1. Go ahead.
Hey, guys. This is going to be a treat for the YouTubers only because, I mean, you know, the radio folks can't see this, but it ties in with Charles Barkley, his commercial for I believe it's for Capital One.
Mm-hmm.
There's a kid on there after Charles gets picked that has his arms folded and he rolls his eyes and he's got this look on his face. And that would be perfect to use anytime that Fauci or any of this crazy COVID stuff is going on. You just pop that kid up there for the YouTubers to see.
That would be funny.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of have our own
like
sound effect, video sound effects.
Yeah.
That's it. Did you act it out?
Yeah, I did.
Speedy, you see Speedy do it.
Was that it? Was that uncontrollable just then?
It was. It was.
Well, you know, he loves the act.
Who wouldn't pick Charles Barkley for the first on his team, though?
Hey,
with a bunch of kids.
Is Bubba going to get that vaccine test? I don't know. I can tell Gene I ain't doing that.
It's terrible.
That's terrible. I got $30 million in the bank. I ain't taking no vaccine test.
It's pretty
Bubba,
good.
I done had my shot.
Bubba, you got your shot. They better get long needles for Bubba.
He'd have to work in some.
He's always on us. Hey, thanks for being with us. It's top of the hour.
Hey, Rick, I heard you speaking in Childersburg.
Hey, Rick, are you going to be down there somewhere in Childersburg? I seen your sign. Why's Bubba not on the sign? Where's Bubba?
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Hey, thank you for watching Rick and Bubba live on our YouTube channel. We're here live every Monday through Friday.
Be sure to subscribe and hit the little bell for notifications.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Day without him, brother. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, there is no other Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Waking on their blubber. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.